Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let me know. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu, Jaya Aindra Prabhu. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu, Jaya Aindra Prabhu. Bola Jai Jai Sri Radha. Jayanilo Premandana Karuna Pracho Jayanilo Premadana Karuna Pracho Karuna Pracho Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur Kaha mora swarup rupa Kaha sanata Kaha mora swarup rupa Kaha sanata Kaha mora swarup Kaha dasara go nata patita pava Kaha dasara go nata patita pava Kaha mora bata juga kahan kabira ekakale khota gela goranatara ekakale khota gela goranatara Pashane kutibo mata anale pasibo Pashane kutibo mata anale pasibo Gauranga Gunera Nidhi Kota Gele Pabo Gauranga Gunera Nidhi Kota Gele Pabo Se saba sangira sange jai koilo bila se saba sangira se saba sangira sange je koilo bila se saba se sanga na paya kande narotamada se sanga na Se Sangana Paya Kande Naro Tamada Se Sangana Paya Kande Naro Tamada Jaya Nila Premadana Karuna Prabhu Jaya Nila Premadana Karuna Prabhu Jaya Nila Premadana Karuna Prabhu Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gora Hariba, 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 Hariba
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Sankirtan Acharya Sri Aindra Prabhu ki. The energy levels are quite low. I don't know why. Maybe Sharat Bihari Prabhu sang such a heart-touching, heart-melting bhajan. Everybody is in a separation mode. Sankirtan Acharya Sri Aindra Prabhu ki. So we welcome all of you to on 16th Disappearance, Tirobhav Tithi of Sripad Aindra Prabhu. I can't believe 16 years have passed. Okay, this is really unbelievable. And I'm very, very encouraged to see so many devotees have come. Many more are yet to come from far distance. Some devotees have come from US, some devotees have come from Europe, some devotees from Mumbai, Delhi, Gujarat. I mean, so many places from India. So this is really, really overwhelming for me, and I'm very, very touched. And many devotees have sent me message that we are on the way. So thank you so very much for coming. So I'll just brief that how the program will go. It's almost 11:25. So I'll read something from the biography that how actually in the very initial days, how Aindra Prabhu got inspired, or you can say a revelation directly from Krishna to Aindra Prabhu to inspire him or to make him a more, you can say, a deep devotee, so that he would be a really, really great association in future to come, and which he has done, which he has proved. So I'll read something from that book. After that, we will start glorification, starting with our temple president Panchagoda Prabhu's offering. Unfortunately, he's not here. He's in US as of now, his home. But he has sent his video offering, so we will play that. Then we will continue with Mahadevi Mataji and one by one assembled devotees. After that, around 2:30, we will have Pushpanjali and Aratik. Then 3 p.m. feast prasad for everybody. So, just a moment. This is a little longer, so kindly pay attention. So, this was when actually Aindra Prabhu, his name was Eddie that time, E-double-D-I-E, Eddie, okay? So, he actually joined the temple, and he used to go for Sankirtan and book distribution and all the temple programs with the rest of the devotees. So one night after the devotees came back from all the programs, all the seva services, and then Aindra Prabhu was lying down taking rest, and this was a vision which was given directly by Krishna Balaram to Sripad Aindra Prabhu. One night at the end of his first week, Eddie had another vision. Practically everyone was asleep, he recalled. My eyes were open. I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, but neither I was directly awake. Then suddenly, I heard an amazing sound coming from a distance. It was indescribable, but extremely captivating, incredible, otherworldly. It was unlike anything I would ever heard. And another dimensional sound, not from here, completely transcendental. It was getting louder and louder and louder, like it was coming closer. At first, the source of sound was not visible, but then I saw it, as if it was coming out of a painting. There was no painting, only a wall, but it was like how a painting uses dimensions to give a sense of distance and foreground, like a beautiful painting coming to life in multi-dimensions right in front of me. It was unclear at first, but as it got closer, I could see that it was definitely some kind of stampede. A stampede of cowherd boys and cows and calves. Krishna and Balaram were there. And they were all coming towards me out of the wall, from beyond the wall, through the wall, so to speak. It was on a different dimensional platform, not confined by this physical realm. It was coming from the spiritual dimension. I could hear the sound of thousands of feet pattering and ankle bells jingling on all the cowherd boys, and the thumping of hoofs of thousands of cows, and buffalo horns blowing, all kind of totally blissful, joyful sound of merrymaking. Boys and cows and all kinds of beings were running and playing and laughing. I heard Krishna playing his flute, and cowherd boys were playing theirs. Krishna and Balaram were running ahead, and all cowherd boys, thousands of them, were racing behind them, trying to catch them, running along joyfully. The sound was so blissful, and as it came closer, this blissful nature had a more and more direct effect on my consciousness. The experience of Ananda upon hearing the sound was increasing and increasing in my heart. They seemed to be on a platform 4 or 5 feet above the floor I was lying on. It was as if they were walking on a glass. I could see the bottom of their feet as they rushed towards me. Krishna and Balram and thousands of cowherd boys came from a distance, stampeding over me, and then Krishna was looking down on me with a beautiful smile, playing his flute and looking at me with enchanting eyes. He was glancing down at me from that dimension, down through the glass, and making eye contact with me with an incredibly compassionate expression. He was just overwhelming me with attraction, inviting me to join them with his glance. Don't you just want to be with me? I could hear his flute clearly, really hear it, and I was listening to what he was playing. The sound was so incredible, my hair was standing on end, and as they rushed over me, it became uproarious and tumultuously sweet. They were all laughing, bursting with joy and chasing after Krishna. It was so much fun, incredible fun, and I was experiencing it all. Krishna looked at me in such a sweet and loving way. The Ananda experience of their influence totally overwhelmed me, and then I fell unconscious. All I remember from afterwards is that I woke up next morning and wanting to tell somebody about my vision, but was afraid that they would think I was crazy. But the experience convinced me that Krishna was a reality and that this movement was for real. It wasn't that Srila Prabhupada was taking us for a ride and we would end up at the end of life realizing that when you are dead, you are dead. It had been only 1 week, but the experience made me fully convinced of the power and potency of the Hare Krishna movement. That there really was a Krishna, that it wasn't just a mythological story. It was formative experience for Aindra and a memory he held close to his heart for the rest of his life and often recounted to others in emotional details, tears flowing from his eyes. And he preached about the importance of remaining under protective umbrella of Srila Prabhupada's society. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki. So okay, now we will start the glorification, starting with Panchagauda Prabhu's offering.
Hare Krishna, Aindra Prabhu ki jai. So this is a very special day.
Some technical glitch, so we can chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Aindra Prabhu ki jai. So this is a very special day, remembering the austerities performed by Aindra Prabhu in Sri Vrindavan Dham. I remember Hare Krishna, Aindra Prabhu ki jai.
Krishna,
So this is a very
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
special day, remember charities performed by Aindra Prabhu in Sri Vrindavan Dham. I remember back in 1976, July 4th, Washington, D.C. for the America's Hare Krishna, Aindra Prabhu ki jai. So this is a very special day, remembering the austerities performed by Aindra Prabhu in Sri Vrindavan Dham. I remember back in 1976, July 4th, Srila Prabhupada was visiting Washington, D.C. for the America's bicentennial 200th anniversary. Aindra Prabhu was there, I was there, but we didn't meet at that time. When I came to Vrindavan, I saw that Aindra Prabhu was very serious about his chanting and every day doing the Kirtan surrounded by devotees and visitors chanting and dancing with enthusiasm. He wanted to spread the holy name all over the world. Started the recordings, always thinking how I can broadcast this holy name. And many times devotees would go to the room where Sachi Sutta, the deities, all the Shilas, seeing his simple dress and austerities and dedication to daily bathing and taking care of the deity worship. Also talking with devotees about the pastimes and the importance of devotional service, the importance of the holy name. Aindra Prabhu inspired people all over the world. I consider him a close friend. We had many years together. Try to always give him room to do the Kirtan program without too much disturbance from people who may not understood his austerities and his appearance. But he was very, very inspirational. He could be soft as a rose, also very hard, like a thunderbolt, because he didn't like nonsense. He was very dedicated to Srila Prabhupada and Prabhupada's mission, and being in Krishna Balaram Mandir doing 24-hour Kirtan for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. And this is very much giving happiness and joy to everyone. So it's a wonderful day. May we all remember the austerities, sacrifice, and the dedication of Aindra Prabhu, and maybe we can muster up that kind of enthusiasm which is needed, loyam, intense desire. You can see he was intensely desirous to be in the association of Krishna, Radha, and the gopis, and the cowherd boys. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Aindra Prabhu ki.
Jai. So now I would request Mahadevi Mataji to kindly come forward and glorify Sripada Aindra Prabhu. You want to do it yourself? Okay. Thank you. Turn on the mic.
Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtana ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Aindra Prabhu ki jai, Sri Gauda Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, and all our wonderful lords, Nitai Gaur, Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti Siddhanta Krishna Balaram, and the two cows. Actually, one is a cow and one is a calf. And then Radha Shamasunda, Lalita Vishaka. How dedicated Aindra Prabhu was, almost every day dressing Radhe Sham and giving such heart puja. We can go through the rituals of Krishna consciousness, but Krishna wants our heart. And he had so much heart in his puja to Radhe Shyam and to, of course, Sachi Sutta. So Prabhupada was just saying this morning how Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtana, if we can give one life to propagating the holy names of Krishna, then this is, Prabhupada said, first class. So because Aindra Prabhu took that instruction so seriously, Prabhupada, as we know, established the 24-hour Kirtan in the early days of ISKCON Vrindavan. And Aindra Prabhu kept that up year after year, day after day. It wasn't so easy. And just by the sound of the holy name all over the world, attracting so many devotees to ISKCON Vrindavan and wanting to take up the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, where the holy name is not only for kirtan, but for japa, attentive japa. Aindra Prabhu's japa was very internal and very intense. And he inspired devotees to think of their bead bag as a friend. Like in the morning when we get up and we reach for our bead bag, the beads, the holy name is like a friend. And that's the inspiration that I feel in my personal relationship with Aindra Prabhu, that he always inspired me to chant Hare Krishna and always inspired me to follow Srila Prabhupada's mission of Param Vijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtana. So I tell the same two stories every year, but there was, Aindra Prabhu established coming into the new year with Kirtan. So we used to have these amazing, if any of you were there, just the night before the new year, we'd have a big Kirtan in the temple. And this was Aindra Prabhu's brilliance to bring in the new year with the holy names of Krishna. And many guests started coming from Delhi, from Agra, and they would book the guest house just so they could be there for that wonderful, wonderful celebration of going into the new year with the holy names of Krishna. So one night I was coming out of the MVT. I used to go over there about 9 or 9:30. Aindra was just starting to get it going. By 11:30, the roof of the temple was almost not there. And these 7 Italian people, they were standing outside the MVT, and they were all dressed up in non-devotee clothes, tight black pants and high heels, and they wanted to go party in Agra for the New Year, to go to the nightclub there. So I said, there's a party going over in the temple. Why don't you come with me and check it out? So they came with me, all 7 of them, and they took off their high heels and their shoes there at the shoe room. And they came in, and because Aindra was about 10:30 by then, and Aindra Prabhu was really, really revving up the kirtan, and they immediately were attracted. I was so amazed, all of them. And I was showing them where the Maha mantra was on the wall, and you know how when people first start out, Hare, Rama, Rama, Krishna, but by 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, they had gotten the hang of the Maha mantra because of Aindra Prabhu's intensity of bringing people in. He just had this, and Prabhupada said the chanting of Hare Krishna, it's a meditation to go in and feel the presence of Krishna. So these 7, they were there, and then it was 11:59, and everybody was just in ecstasy, and then 12 o'clock, Happy New Year, Hare Krishna. And I thought maybe they would leave, but usually Aindra Prabhu would go on for a little while longer, and they just stayed, and I wonder about them sometimes. Their life became totally transformed that night. So we remember when Aindra Prabhu's book came out, and it was quite controversial. When we met Srila Prabhupada, we were all revolutionaries at that time. We were protesting the American government for sending our friends to Vietnam. And we came from that background where we were very bold to speak up, and Prabhupada liked that. And he said, you can do a revolution against Maya, We are on the battlefield to fight illusion. And Aindra Prabhu took that up very seriously also, because the only way that we can really, in this age, according to God himself, Lord Chaitanya, is to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is the answer to every question, the solution to every problem. He's our best friend. And when you would hear Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan, you just knew that this person was not ordinary. So when his book came out, as you know, it was quite controversial. So we had this big program at Kurmarupa, the old care for cows. And so we had a very friendly relationship. And so I told him there's a famous picture where I'm whispering into his ear about how we can make book sales really increase. And we would put a little banner there on the corner, banned by the GBC, and he laughed and laughed. Aindra Prabhu was a very unusual Vaishnava. This proves to us that we should not judge a book by its cover or see a devotee according to how we feel a Vaishnava should look like or behave. Aindra Prabhu's main quality is that his firm faith in the chanting of Hare Krishna, his firm faith that his spiritual master, our Srila Prabhupada, he wanted the chanting of Hare Krishna 24 hours a day in every town and village. So I'm very grateful to all of you Kirtaniyas who keep coming from all over the world. It's not easy. People think that your service, you sit there and chant Hare Krishna, but no, there's a discipline involved. And that discipline that you're offering to the holy name and to the Lords and to the world of devotees, we're very, very grateful that you're following this mission of Srila Prabhupada this way. Thank you. Jai Aindra Prabhu, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mahadevi Mataji, for a wonderful offering. So Mataji always says that she has only this one story, but this story is really, really inspiring. Always she tells that these Italian people who came, who heard Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan, and they were like mesmerized. Thank you, Mataji, for sharing this every time. We are very grateful. So as Aindra Prabhu was always very humble, and whenever he used to see any of his god brother or some devotees who were initiated by Prabhupada, he always used to give them preference. So following his footsteps, we tried that. Panchagoda Prabhu gave his offering, and Mataji has given her talk. Now let us hear directly from Aindra Prabhu some 15 minutes katha. We have time, so let's hear 15 minutes Aindra Prabhu's emphasis on the holy name and the Nama Sankirtan. Yes, Prabhu.
Please remember, and I beseech you again and again, please remember, worldwide ISKCON grassroots Nam Sankirtan revolution. Revolution means revolution. It means we have to shed pounds and gallons of blood to get the job done. We have to turn this movement inside out, upside down, whatever we have to do, but we have to put Nam Sankirtan back into its rightful place of dignity in the forefront of our movement. It's absolutely essential for the proper growth of our movement. Those who have understood this are awake to the need of the hour, and those who have not understood it are still sleeping. It's time to wake up and understand what is the responsibility of every man, woman, and child in this movement. To take seriously that Dharma which Lord Chaitanya himself inaugurated for the deliverance of all the fallen conditioned souls. For the rest of this Kali Yuga, there's another 427,000 years left to Kali Yuga. The Yuga Dharma doesn't change. The next yuga is Satya Yuga. And for them, contemplative, peaceful meditation is where it's at. But in Kali Yuga, you got to get fired up. Every one of you, fired up, chanting, dancing from the heart, like you really mean it, like you really want Lord Chaitanya's mercy, so that you can even think, you can even hope to go back home, back to Godhead in this one lifetime. It's not a joke, it's the real thing. So stand up and do what's right. Do the real thing. Perform Nam Sankirtan daily, every day, for as many hours as possible. And you'll get there. I guarantee it. Not that I guarantee it. Lord Chaitanya has guaranteed it. It's the right thing to do. Perform Nam Sankirtan wherever you go in this world, and help others to understand the need to augment the performance of Nam Sankirtan, to increase the performance of Nam Sankirtan on a regular daily basis in every major city all over the world. That's what has to happen to make this ISKCON movement grow properly. Otherwise, what happens is you get a deformed child due to undernourishment. You understand this? Can you understand it? You don't want to undernourish your child. The way to feed the child in Kali Yuga is just like watering the plant, right? So you have to water the plant. You don't want to underwater the plant. You have to water the creeper of devotion. And you have to give the creeper of devotion proper nourishment. And it doesn't just mean a few snick ram rams as a token gesture on the side. That's not going to get you back home, back to Godhead. You may take another 700 lifetimes to get home, back to Godhead that way. It means getting fired up and doing the real thing. The Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan. There's no other Yuga Dharma for any one of us. And there's no way that you're going to get Krishna Prema in this Kali Yuga if you don't do the Kali Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan. That's the way to do it. Maybe someone will slip in the back door somehow or other. But don't count on that. Do the process. Adhere to the process that Lord Chaitanya has ordained for the fallen conditioned souls. Trinadapi Sunechena. What does Trinadapi Sunechena mean? What does it mean to be humble? It simply means this. Try to understand it. It's a very simple, for the simple but sanguine point. What does it mean to be humble? It means to have the sumedasa, enough sumedasa to recognize that you are a fallen Kali Yuga, what do you want to call it? Creature. You're a fallen Kali Yuga creature. And because you're a fallen Kali Yuga creature, don't be puffed up and proud to think that you have the qualification for any other program than that program that Lord Chaitanya inaugurated for the deliverance of the fallen Kali Yuga creatures like us. That's what it means, Trinadapi Sunechena. That's what it means to be humble. Humble enough to recognize that you're one of the fallen creatures that has to take advantage of the opportunity to perform Nam Sankirtan while you have the opportunity. Who knows what kind of condition the demons are going to impose on us in some future date. Global tyranny is on its way. Don't think otherwise. You don't know what's going to happen in the future, but right now we can take the opportunity. Right now we have the facility to congregate and dance and chant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. And especially in Vrindavan, where you get 1,000 times the benefit of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. That's the fast track back home, back to Godhead, is to come to Vrindavan and perform the Yuga Dharma. So you get 1,000 times the Shakti, 1,000 times the benefit, 1,000 times the credit in your transcendental bank account to amass the Krita Punya Punja that you need to amass to enter into an eternal relationship with Krishna in Brajadam. So that's what Trinadapisanechina means. It means to be humble enough to admit that you're a fallen, conditioned soul, a Kali Yuga reject that needs to take advantage of the process which has been foreordained by the Shastras and propagated by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all of our acharyas, including Srila Prabhupada, for the deliverance of the fallen conditioned souls. Toror iva suhishnana means to stand up and do what's right against all odds. If your temple authorities tell you not to perform the Yuga Dharma, not to perform Sankirtan, then I'm sorry. Sankirtan, then I'm sorry. They are not your authorities. If your guru tells you not to perform Nam Sankirtan, then I'm sorry. He's not your guru, because he's not representing Adi Guru, Nityananda, who created the Nam Hata, marketplace of the holy name, by loudly propagating Nam Sankirtan. It means he's not representing. Performance of Nam Sankirtan in Kali Yuga is the satisfaction of Sri Guru. And if the Guru is not satisfied by our performance of Nam Sankirtan, then he's not our Guru. Chaita Guru is satisfied. And the proper representative of Chaita Guru will manifest in due course to encourage you to do the right thing against all odds. Toror iva suhishnana. Amanena. What does amanena mean? It simply means not to expect to be regarded. Not to expect to be regarded as having the fitness for any other Dharma in this age. Manadena. What does manadena mean? This is very simple. Simple for the simple. Manadena means to respect the actual self-interest of every other living entity in the matter of attaining the fruit of love of Godhead by encouraging them to perform Nam Sankirtan. That is Manadena. To respect the real soul, the real self. Forget all of this psychophysical business. The soul has to go back home, back to Godhead, and the way that's going to happen is if the soul agrees to engage all of his psychophysical energies and his whole heart in the performance of Sneha Samyukta Harinam Sankirtan. Sneha means with affection. Samyukta means complete engagement. Full on. Fired up. And back home, back to Godhead in this one lifetime. Don't let anyone tell you that it can't be done. It can be done by adopting the proper process. And the process which has been ordained by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, and all of the acharyas in disciplic succession is Hari Nam Sankirtan. And don't let them tell you anything different. Why did Srila Prabhupada stress book distribution? Book distribution is for the purpose of philosophically convincing others to join Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtan party. If they come and they see that there's no practical demonstration of the life of all transcendental knowledge in the books for them to participate in, be a part of, then no wonder devotees are leaving, and going hither and thither to look for the higher taste, because they're not getting the higher taste, they're not getting Harinam Ruchi, they're not getting Shuddhanam Ruchi, because they're not doing that activity which actually helps us to get Shuddhanam Ruchi. The most powerful process for getting Shuddhanam Ruchi is the loud congregational chanting of the holy name. Much more so than Nam Japa. Nam Japa is like taking tablets. And Nam Sankirtan is like an injection when you really need it. Bad, because you're sick. And if you think you're not sick, you're an illusion. So you need to take the medicine. And medicine means proper dosage and proper frequency. Not just a little token lip service, a little make show, to kind of like a, and then anthropologically study about it in the scriptures. That was back in Lord Chaitanya's time. So anyway, on that note, I humbly request all of you that tomorrow you're coming back to Vrindavan, right? So every evening in the temple, Krishna Balaram Mandir, from, we'll do our normal Kirtan. I'll do Kirtan. There's 24-hour Kirtan going on anyway, so you can participate in it, any time. And also the Matajis have a Kirtan program in Srila Prabhupada's Samadhi. No, not 24 hours. I think during the day. I'm not sure what's going on there, but during the day. But all of you are welcome to come and participate in the 24-hour Kirtan. And also, I myself, I will be there from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the evening. And again, I'll be back on around 8:30 until 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. So, at least till the end of the so-called end of the festival. For me, the festival never ends. Every day is a festival, especially in Vrindavan. You have to allow every day to be a festival. Then your heart's in the right place. That's what Radhesham wants for you. Every day a festival. Chanting, dancing, feasting, and philosophy. As I mentioned in Mayapur, chanting, dancing, feasting, and philosophy. The philosophy is to convince us to chant and dance. Feasting is to energize our chanting and dancing. Chanting and dancing is for getting a taste for chanting and dancing. Chanting and dancing with a taste for chanting and dancing is to evolve to the platform of Ragmai, chanting and dancing. Ragmai means from the stage of Bhava. And chanting and dancing on the stage of Bhava, Ragmai Sankirtan, Nam Sankirtan, that is for the purpose of entering into Lord Chaitanya's Leelas and chanting and dancing directly with Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. So it's very important that we understand this philosophy. We have to understand the philosophy. If you're chanting and dancing in Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement, then basically you've understood the philosophy. And if you're not chanting and dancing in Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan, then it means you simply have not understood the philosophy. Haribol.
Sri Radha-Krishna Prabhu ki, Harinam Sankirtan Mahayagya ki. So Mahadevi Mataji forgot to mention something very important.
Yes, please excuse me. I wanted to glorify all the ladies who regularly do Harinam Sankirtan in the Samadhi all day long, and also how the holy name and Aindra Prabhu has inspired so many of our youth in ISKCON Vrindavan. And so now the holy name, there's no gender, there's no age, there's no obstacle. Everyone can join in and chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada and Aindra Prabhu.
Thank you again, Mataji. Thank you so very much. So may I request Shachisuta Prabhu to please come and give his offering glorification to Sripada Aindra Prabhu. Shachisuta Prabhu needs no introduction, but just a little bit for my purification. Prabhu has been part of 24-hour Kirtan for many years. He was there in the ashram. His Kirtans are world famous, and he has associated with Aindra Prabhu. So I would request to Shachisuta Prabhu to actually share few nice stories which are really inspiring, and some instructions as well. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Sripada Aindra Prabhu Ki Jai. I wasn't expecting to speak today, but yeah, I came to Vrindavan with the goal, when I was a very young kid, with the goal to be in 24-hour Kirtan with Aindra Prabhu. I grew up with Vrindavan mellows and all the tapes back then of Aindra Prabhu, Chintamani Nam, and I was so inspired by his kirtans. I went up to my mom and I was like, "Who's this Indian guy singing?" She's like, "No, this is Aindra Prabhu. He's from New York. You know, he was in the New York temple with your father back in 55th Street in the 70s." I was like, wow, I was very inspired. So I said, I want to go join 24-hour Kirtan, but I was a kid. She's like, no way. You have to finish school. I was like, okay, let me join Gurukul then. So she's like, okay, you can join Gurukul. So every day, during PE, we used to come here in this exact spot. This used to be a football field. And I wasn't so sporty. I didn't really like to play sports. So I would leave this place and go to the temple, get the bullock cart that used to deliver milk to the temple, jump on it and go. And I had my sports uniform on, so I would stop at the MVT, change, and then go to Kirtan from like 5:30 to 7. And as we all know, Aindra Prabhu used to chant from 6:30 to 7. So yeah, those were the best times of my life. Yeah. Every day, being able to serve Aindra Prabhu with his kirtans, participating in his kirtans, chanting the holy names with Aindra Prabhu. It really left an impression in me to continue doing this till now, and I pray forever. And it's not just me, it's so many other people that you see that haven't even gotten Aindra Prabhu's association. They are, just from hearing his kirtans or from listening to his lectures, they're so inspired that they've dedicated their whole lives to serving Aindra Prabhu and serving the 24-hour Kirtan. And that's very amazing to see his influence is still being felt after 16 years of him not being physically present. I still, like during 4 to 7, I still look out and sometimes, I feel like around 6:30, oh, is Aindra Prabhu going to come down? I still kind of feel that he's going to come down. And, or sometimes, that the last Kirtan, everyone just gets up and starts dancing, and there's just like a uplifting feeling in the air, and I'm just like, okay, Aindra Prabhu is still, he's still looking down on us and giving us his blessings. Yeah, he's no ordinary soul, and because of his sadhana and his dedication to his Guru Maharaj and following in the footsteps of the parampara, he is showing the way he didn't accept any disciples, but in many ways he was Guru, Shiksha Guru. So he is guiding the way as Guru. I saw him also like a friend, not on the same level, but because we could joke around with him. He was very funny. One last story, because there's many people I presume that want to speak. Whenever someone was leaving their body, Aindra Prabhu would go and chant for them. It didn't matter who it was. And at one time, one Prabhupada disciple, her mother was leaving her body. She wasn't a devotee, but she came to Vrindavan to leave her body. And so we were with Aindra Prabhu, and he was like, it was after the Kirtan, he just sang in the temple. And he said, let's go now, we're going to go chant for this Mataji, she's leaving her body. So during the time he was leading, it must have been there for like an hour, this one devotee, I won't mention any names, but this one devotee, he started because Aindra Prabhu wanted us to help sing with him, so he was singing kind of off. And he leaned over to him and he said, let her die her natural death. Because he was singing so off. And, but he said it with so much affection that, you can't get offended, and so much love that it was just you can see he was semi-joking, semi-trying to tell this devotee, try to sing on key. Many instances like that. He was very, very, very funny, very soft, like Panchagoda said, like a rose, very hard, like a thunderbolt. Towards the later years of his life, I found him to be more softer. Govinda Mataji, she had a lot of association with Prabhuji, Aindra Prabhu, and she, throughout the years, and she says the same thing, towards the end, they talked more about, how to make the garlands for the deities and all these personal things. So yeah, I don't know what to say. It's hard for me to talk about Aindra Prabhu.
Tell some more stories.
Huh?
Some more stories. 2, 3 more.
Okay, so when I joined 24 hour, not when I joined Gurukul, I was 14 years old. This was back in 2006. So Aindra Prabhu, there wasn't many people during that time. Most people came 2009, 2010. But yeah, it was a very, very, very small group. So we all got to sit really, really, really close to Aindra Prabhu. And I didn't play mridanga. I was kind of scared to play kartals for him because I see how he, like, you know, he would, if people would speed up, you know. So I would play gong every day for Aindra Prabhu. And one day I was playing and the kirtan was going and I was playing. And he looked over at me and he screamed something to me, but because the kirtan was so loud, I didn't know what he said. So, but it was either that he said play louder or play lower. And those are two very contradicting things. And, you know, I was a little afraid of Aindra Prabhu. So I didn't know. So I just was like, I went over to another devotee and I said, what did he say? And he said, and then the devotee said something, and for some reason I just didn't understand. It was just like Krishna was just playing with me. And I asked another devotee, same thing happened. So I looked over at Aindra Prabhu, and he just, like, with fear, and then he looked over at me and he just smiled. And I was just like, while he was looking at me, I took the gong and I gave it to someone else, like, really awkwardly, like, and he was like, okay. So that was, yeah. I have many kirtan pastimes with him because, you know, like I said, every day it was kirtan with him. My brother, when he came in 2010, he was more like he approached Aindra Prabhu more, and he got a lot more like physical, like talking with Aindra Prabhu, and there's many funny pastimes with that. I can share for another day. Another pastime is this was in 2010, January, I came back to Vrindavan and I asked Vrindavan Prabhu if I could go up to Aindra Prabhu's room and take darshan of Nitai Sachi Sutta and all of his shalagrams, because I left Vrindavan for like 2 years, so I wanted to go back and like see Aindra Prabhu and see his deities. And Vrindavan was like, yeah, let's go. So after kirtan one day, he's like, let's go up to the room. And Vrindavan, you know, he's a funny guy, you know. So we went upstairs and, you know, we knocked on the door and Aindra Prabhu was in there. He was cooking. It was must have been like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and he was there cooking next to his deities. And Vrindavan just all of a sudden says, this is Sachi Sutta. He wants to join 24-hour kirtan. I didn't say that. I mean, I would like to, but I was only, you know, I was still young. I still needed to finish my studies. So I just said I wanted to take darshan. But you go, this is Sachi Sutta. He wants to join 24-hour kirtan. And he was wearing his glasses, and he looks at me like this, you know. Oh. And, you know, I'm freaking out. And he goes, oh yeah? What do you do? And I said, I play kartals a little bit. I can play a little mridanga. I can sing. I'm like, I don't know how I got in this situation, but I'm in it. So I can sing. And he's like, how old are you? I'm like, 17. He's like, if you really want to join, you know, I'll have to test you. And we had like a whole like 10-minute meeting about me joining 24-hour kirtan. And then at the end, Vrindavan's like, no, I'm just joking. He just wanted to take darshan of your deities. And I'm like, okay. But yeah, I had a whole interview with him about joining. And I joined the 24-hour Kirtan after he left his body. I was in Mayapur, in Gurukul there when he left his body. But yeah, I take that interview as like my actual interview of joining, not my interview at Gopal, you know? Like when I joined, Gopal was in charge. And he interviewed me too, but my real interview was with Aindra Prabhu, which wasn't supposed to happen, but it happened because of Vrindavan Prabhu's mercy. And then, you know, once you're in Aindra Prabhu's room, you're kind of just stuck. You're just kind of stuck there. So after that, I was there for some time. That was one instance. There was many instances, like even in 2006, where we got to be in Aindra Prabhu's room and just so-called get stuck there, you know, because he just keeps talking and talking, but it's just nectar. It just keeps flowing, and you just want to hear it all. Yeah. And one last thing, I remember going up to they used to do, because he would do Chaturmasya, and he would do crazy penances during Chaturmasya. His health would be on the line during this time, but he would still do it, chant like a crazy amount of names and fasting. And after the last day of Kartik, he would do a big feast. So I really always looked forward to those feasts. And yeah, I just remember one time he was going around with the fried Karela, and he was passing around the Karela, and I was, you know, sitting there, and he's like, "Do you like Karela?" And I was like, "I love it." So every time he kept coming around, he wouldn't even ask me, he would just put it on my plate. And at one point I was like, "No, it's enough, it's enough." Still put it. So yeah, all these pastimes with Aindra Prabhu, like I said, more Kirtan related. I would leave Gurukul, PE time, and just run away from school pretty much and go to Kirtan. And I failed physical education. I got an F, and but it was worth it, you know, because I got an A in going to Kirtan. So in the end, it was worth it. And till this day, you know, I'm trying to continue my service with him. And like Mahadevi Mataji was saying, it's not easy. You know, some people see the Kirtan party, and a lot of things have changed over the years. And it's not easy to just every day sit in Kirtan. It's actually a sadhana, you know, putting 6 hours a day. Whereas in the West, you know, we go do Kirtan, it's kind of like almost like a recreation, like it's like a fun thing to do. I mean, Kirtan is fun to do here also, but some days you really don't want to go, but it's, who else is going to do it? You know, there's 24-hour Kirtans going on. It's actually a sadhana. Some days you don't want to do it, but you have to do it. And that's when it really counts. I found that's when the mercy really flows, is when we don't, you know, some days we're just feeling low, but you still go and you do the Kirtan. And yeah, I just like to thank everyone that is continuing the Kirtan or in any way possible. It's inspiring for me, you know, as I'm getting older and I have a family now, I can't really put all my hours into coming. I try to do as much Kirtan as possible, but still it's difficult. But seeing all you young, shining faces in Kirtan, it's inspiring. On one last note, just try your best to chant every time as loud as possible. It's hard, you know, because it's every day, 6 hours a day. But just try your best to keep chanting. Aindra Prabhu, I was in a Kirtan once, and Aindra Prabhu said to one of my friends, you know, chant or I'll kill you. So we don't want him to kill us. So please chant it, and try to be enthusiastic. Sri Aindra Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Shashi Prabhu. Thank you so very much. Really inspiring and sharing for the nice stories. Yes, I do remember this Kirtan, 2008 Radha Ashtami Kirtan, in the Kirtan. And to the devotee, Aindra Prabhu actually reminded him like 3 times, chant loud, chant louder. And again after some time, chant louder. But this devotee was a little spaced out. Then he just, slided the microphone a little away. And then he, chant Hare Krishna, or I'm gonna kill you. That's how he said. I was like, wow, Hare Krishna Prabhuji. So now we'll hear from Dharmatma Prabhu. Kindly come forward and glorify Aindra Prabhu. Tell some nice instructive stories if you have. Thank you. So Dharmatma Prabhu is a true well-wisher and a good friend of 24-hour Kirtan, and personally me. I've always been very, very indebted to him. He has always guided me to the right path, means whatever the festivals, appearance, disappearance, or 24-hour Kirtan anniversary, he always guides me nicely and helps me. Thank you.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshapadi. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanang pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Basadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Amongst all the Srila Prabhupada disciples, different Prabhupada disciples they have a different field. Some are very expert in management, some are very expert in farm community, establishing farm community, some are very expert in Kirtan, in preaching, and His Grace Aindra Prabhu, he showed us his expertise in establishing the chanting the holy name in Sridham Vrindavan. Not only here, but all over world, the whole world. Especially, he came here and he re-established the 24-hour Kirtan after Srila Prabhupada's departure from this material world. And also, he inspires me in a way that he came here in Vrindavan, he sat in one place in front of our lordships, Krishna Balaram Gaur Nitai Radha Shyam Sundar, and he took that so seriously. Because of that, because of him re-establishing 24-hour Kirtan in Sridham Vrindavan, in Krishna Balaram Mandir, because of that, all of you are here and participating in 24-hour Kirtan and chanting so nicely, and he established the glories of chanting the holy name. He took that in his heart so seriously. Because of that, the 24-hour Kirtan is still continuing under the wonderful guidance of so many devotees, especially the Aranya Bihari Prabhu at present. So he inspired me like that he took that one service and he didn't deviate from that. He didn't take so many things in his plate. He took one item and he perfected in that. So that is very, very inspiring. I remembered few times when my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj used to come to Vrindavan. So after the evening arati, when he will go inside the altar, he will tell me that go and tell Aindra Prabhu that after the arati I will come and meet him. So then after Maharaj did the arati for Krishna Balaram, then I accompanied him. He went and met Aindra Prabhu for hours and hours. He will meet, they will talk, both of them will talk, and I was waiting outside. And time to time, Aindra Prabhu also, he used to come to Guru Maharaj's room in the guest house, and then Maharaj will show him his Shalagram Shilas. And so like that, I used to see the loving exchange between the two God brothers. So on this day, I pray to his lotus feet that he may give all of us this spiritual strength, and we may perfect our own lives in Srila Prabhupada movement as he did. And I remember the day he departed this world after during the Srila Prabhupada's Guru Puja, because that day was Saturday, I think, either Saturday or Sunday. So Saturday, Sunday, he used to come on the altar and dress Radha Shyam Sundar. So that day, he used to come around 6:45, like that. So that day he was not coming, so pujaris were waiting. And everyone was thinking, what happened, why Aindra Prabhu is not coming? So then the devotees went and they broke the door. It was a heavy door, I think the same door. It is there in the DT room now. So they broke the door and they saw that he was in front of Nitai Sachi Sutta in Panchanga Pranam Mudra. And so he departed. And the whole room was with smoke. And so then they took him out and put him in front of the room. And then all the devotees gathered. We cancelled the Bhagavatam class. And Panchagra Pujas came back the day before from America. And then we had Kirtan. And then after some time the police came and took him for the post-mortem because it was an accident. So then evening time, many devotees gathered from Delhi and different places. Then evening time we went to Jamuna for the cremation. And so like that, the service is still going on. That is more important under the blessings of Srila Prabhupada and His Grace Aindra Prabhu. So let us all pray at his lotus feet for our individual spiritual strength. His Grace Aindra Prabhu ki jai. His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki jai. 24-hour Kirtan Mandali ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Dharmatma Prabhu. Thank you so much. It was really inspiring and instructive. Now I would request Sharad Bihari Prabhu to please come forward and give his offering to Aindra Prabhu. Just
A few hours back, we just heard that His Holiness Bhakti Anugraha Janardhan Swami Maharaj, he got an stroke in Montreal. So therefore I was little late for coming to the program. So all of you can please pray also for Maharaj's recovery. He is admitted in the hospital there in Montreal. Devotees are taking care of him. And he is communicating with the doctor. He is talking also. But his right side is still not functioning. So, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
yes, let us sincerely pray for Maharaj's quick recovery. Last time I do remember it was on Appearance Day. Janardhan Maharaj gave a beautiful offering, a little long but very instructive, very inspiring offering. So let us pray for Maharaj Shri's good health. So yes, Sharad Bihari Prabhu, I think everybody knows him for his melodious kirtans and his dedication. He's serving Shri Srinita Shachisuta every day as Pujari with Girdhari Lal Prabhu, Brajkesha Prabhu. We have a nice team. So over to you, Prabhu.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutare Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I'm not qualified to speak on such a exalted Vaishnava as His Grace Aindra Prabhu. But for the sake of service, I pray for His mercy, and I pray to all you Vaishnavas so that I can speak something beneficial for our Krishna consciousness. We all gathered here today to express our love and attachment for Aindra Prabhu. In the Srimad Bhagavatam it is mentioned, Naisham matistavat urukramangrim sparsatya anato pagamo yadarta mahiya sampada rajobhishekam niskinchanana nagrini dayavat. That unless we smear the dust of the lotus feet of a pure Vaishnava like His Grace Aindra Prabhu, smear it on our heads, smear it in our hearts, smear it in our life, there is no question of attaining the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. One thing that is very special to me about Aindra Prabhu is that he was constantly 24 hours a day engaged in Krishna consciousness, 24 hours a day engaged in devotional service. Not even for a moment did he forget Krishna. Shri Narottam Das Thakur says that Gaurangera Sangigane Nitya Siddha Karimani. He says that one who is intelligent, he understands that all the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they are Nitya Siddhas, eternally liberated. Even though they are acting in this world, they don't belong to this world. And Srila Prabhupada, he elaborates on this, and he says that why is it that the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are Nitya Siddhas? And he explains because they are constantly engaged in devotional service 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day they are engaged in Krishna consciousness. That's why they are Nitya Siddhas. And Srila Prabhupada further mentions that anyone, not just the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but anyone who spends 24 hours a day engaged in Krishna consciousness and never forgets Krishna, he is a Nitya Siddha, eternally liberated. And we can say this about Aindra Prabhu. Even though he was acting in this world, but he did not belong to this world. Not even for a moment did he forget Krishna. Smartavya sadatam Vishnu vismartavyo najatuchit. The king of all rules and regulations is to always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. Even though we engage in so much chanting, so much hearing, we still manage to forget Krishna sometimes. And that is the difference between a pure devotee and an ordinary person. And the pure devotee never forgets Krishna. That may be the difference why we don't feel bliss in our spiritual life. Even Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita, Sadatam Kirtayanto Mam, that a Mahatma, he is constantly engaged in chanting the names of Krishna, constantly engaged in Kirtan. And this is Aindra Prabhu. Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantascha dhridavrata. And such a Mahatma, he has firm determination, dhridavrata, firm determination in spiritual life. What is this meaning of having firm determination in spiritual life? Srila Prabhupada, he explains in his purport to this verse that firm determination means that a Mahatma has firm determination to attain Krishna in one of the 5 rasas. And this is exactly Aindra Prabhu. He was so determined to attain Krishna, following in the mood of the Brajavasis, following in the mood of the gopis, and to attain that. He did whatever it takes, all types of vratas, chanting so many rounds, just to attain that Vraja Bhakti. He himself, he mentions in his lectures, where he is quoting from Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that every jiva is eligible to attain Vraja Bhakti. And his story is this success story, that he took this to heart, and he had this Drida Vrata, this firm determination to attain this Vraja Bhakti. So today is not just the day where we express our attachment to him or gratitude, but today is also the day when we make a commitment to his instructions. We revise our life. How can we follow his example? Srila Prabhupada mentions regarding Srila Rupa Goswami that one who reads the books of Srila Rupa Goswami, it is as good as directly associating with Srila Rupa Goswami. But one who follows the teachings that are written in the books, then he is directly serving the lotus feet of Srila Rupa Goswami. So the same applies with Aindra Prabhu. When we hear about him, when we hear his lectures, when we hear his kirtan, we are directly associating with Aindra Prabhu. But if we follow his example, follow his instructions, what he expects of us, especially those of us staying in Vrindavan, having this firm determination to attain this Vraja Bhakti, then if we live life like this, then we are directly serving the lotus feet of Aindra Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Aindra Prabhu ki jai.
So as all of us know that Sharad Bihari Prabhu and his brother Smita Krishna, they're like in ISKCON, you can say they were classical singers, okay? All their kirtans are based on ragas. So for that thing, I just wanted to read something out of the biography. Okay, so it says, Aindra also had his own personal preferences. When he heard Shyamananda Das, a classically trained Indian musician practicing Rag Bhim Plasi, in his room one day, he told him how pleased he was to hear someone singing so expertly. It was, he said, my favorite raga. And later in Mayapur, when Loknath Swami was leading a rousing kirtan with raga-based melody in front of the Panchatattva, the crowd chanted in thunderous response. Aindra turned to a god brother who was more into Western melodies and said, "See, that's the power of raga. That's the power of singing melodies based on raga system." Over time, he incorporated different elements in his kirtans and developed a new style. Just like there is a progressive rock, he said, I have more or less named my way of doing kirtan as progressive kirtan, a mix of Bengali style kirtan and down home stomping Vrajvasi kirtan, which is inimitable. You cannot imitate it. I have been influenced by a northern Indian classic style of kirtan called khayal, which as far as I understand means a fantasy, a devotional style requiring great proficiency in which a singer can express raga elaborately in different tempos, allowing the musician to expand on raga for long periods of time. I haven't gotten deeply into the khayal style, but I have incorporated elements of it in my humble attempt. It leaves more room for improvisation than, say, the Drupad style. The Drupad style is more rigid to the rule, to the letter of the law, whereas the khayal accentuates the spirit of the law. In the khayal style, you may bend the rules, add an extra note to a rag. For example, for the purpose of generating inspiration of or bhava. That kind of reflects the gopis mixing ragas and creating new ragas. The basic principles of the raga remain intact, but some extra note may add to enhance the flavor, to show the rest of raga against the note. In that way, it tends to enhance the beauty of raga. Thank you for your raga-based kirtans, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Now I may request, is Prahlad Prabhu here? Yes, Prabhu. Please come forward. Prahlad Prabhu is in Vrindavan for many, many years. He has associated with Aindra Prabhu for a very long time. He used to, I have witnessed him dancing non-stop in Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan. Non-stop means non-stop. For many, many, many hours. He used to just dance, dance and dance. And now Prabhu sits in Kirtan regularly. Thank you so much, Prabhuji.
Kind of an honor. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Aindra Prabhu ki jai. So, like, I'm sure you might have heard of a lot of stories with him, but what touched me most about Aindra Prabhu was that he never used to go to Prasadam hall, and he used to cook for his deities all the time, and he never used to go to account office also. These two departments were far off for him. So he was not just all-time chanting, but he was concentrating more on pure chanting as well. So Akhand Nam is not just chanting all the time, but you have to clean the, like material desires also and come close to Krishna by chanting purely as well. So he was not just all the time on making sure that Kirtan going on in the temple, but actually it has to be done without any kind of a personal self-motive, which was really touching and was very inspiring. So, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, he established many temples and morning program. Whenever we meet devotees, what do we say? Chant 2 rounds, and then we connect them to 4, 16, like that. And then we don't say 32. What do we say is, come to morning program, And A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, he created a morning program in each and every temple. So if he's done with the morning program, what do we say? If he's not still filled, okay, come to the evening program. We have a Gaura Arati, and you do morning program, go to your work or job or studies, whatever you do, come in the evening, and we have each and every temple this facility. So let's say if someone's do that also, and he will still not fill this, he wants still more. And Prabhupada knew that this desire may come in some devotees, so, but he established temples all over the world, and like a military chief, and he left his body in 1977, but with a sincere desire. He said, what if someone's not filled up with this 2 morning and evening program which I created? There should be something more. So he wrote in a book, there should be a 24-hour Kirtan party in ISKCON Vrindavan, which was fulfilled by, Aindra Prabhu. So if your belly is not filled with the morning and evening program, we have not ordinary planes which were created by A.C. Bhaktivedanta. We have like a special jet fighter, which has been created by the blueprints of his spiritual master by Aindra Prabhu, which is 24-hour Kirtan party. So you can join it and fill up your belly. So Aindra Prabhu has created a very nice 24-hour Kirtan party, but it's very difficult. I mean, like to perform this kind of a level of sadhana, 6 hours. I see most of the residential brahmacharis, they do 6 hours of Kirtan. And they have to come to the morning program as well. That's quite difficult. I mean, like, that requires a lot of purity. And it is not easy thing to do. I mean, like, I see many people, they do it for many years, and then they go back somehow, and then they come after a few years, 5-10 years back, and just like they have forgotten Krishna, but Krishna never forget them. You did Kirtan for me, so it's my job to bring you back. So I see them after 5-10 years ago, they slipped away from the 24 hours for few years, and then Krishna bring them back again to the Kirtan party. So it's a kind of a difficult plane to drive, not as easy as morning program or evening program, and it requires a lot of skills, you know. So Aindra Prabhu has created this kind of a fighter jet plane, which is comparatively far more advanced model, but created on the blueprints of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada planes. So which is kind of a difficult, but very difficult comparatively difficult than morning, evening programs, but it's not easy to do it. So somehow if devotee advance in their purity by name offenses, they can get into this Kirtan party and be there for a long time if they avoid offenses. So if we wish to do any offering to the Aindra Prabhu, the best offering would be is to go to the Krishna Balaram temple and sit there and do the Harinam Sankirtan with Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan party. Jai. Aindra Prabhu ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prahlad Prabhu. Very instructive. Thank you very much. And thank you for your everyday, many hours participation in the Kirtan. Thank you. Now I'll request His Grace Jaitirth Prabhu to please come forward. Again, Jaitirth Prabhu doesn't need any introduction, but if some devotees who don't know, IVTV, ISKCON Vrindavan TV is being managed by Jaitirth Prabhu. And all the high definition cameras, sound system, everything, Prabhu has changed the whole dynamics of the temple. Now wherever in the whole world, I mean wherever you are sitting, in your home, outside Vrindavan, anywhere, you can just go live and see so beautiful darshan, high definition darshan. So we are very grateful to Prabhu for his service. Seriously, you have done a lot for the temple. Thank you, thank you.
हरे कृष्णा तो थैंक यू प्रभु जी गिवन मी चांस तो वैष्णव का ग्लोरिफिकेशन जो होता है वो हमारे प्योरिफिकेशन के लिए होता है तो इसलिए प्रभु जी थैंक यू
So Prabhu is saying that he is very thankful that he has been given this chance to glorify Aindra Prabhu because glorifying a Vaishnava means purification of our own heart.
तो जब मैंने पहली बार श्री पाताइंदा प्रभु का जब कीर्तन सुना था तो एक अलग ही फीलिंग हुई कि मतलब इतना अच्छा हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र कैसे मतलब गाया जाता है मतलब आई फील वेरी अट्रैक्ट विद दिस सॉन्ग्स मैनी सॉन्ग्स विद प्रभु जी
So when Prabhu heard Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan for the first time, he got really attracted and the feeling was so nice that how somebody can with such a devotion.
तो मैं जब इस्कॉन वृंदावन को देखता हूँ या सभी लोग देखते हैं तो हम लोग दो चीज़ों से इस्कॉन वृंदावन को जानते हैं
Whenever Prabhu says that anybody sees ISKCON Vrindavan live, there are two things somebody can actually see.
One is
most prominent.
Our Srimati Radharani and another thing is 24-hour Kirtan.
That doesn't need a translation.
So, तो जब भी मैं बहुत सारे भक्तों से इंटरेक्ट करता हूँ तो जनरली जो भक्त आते हैं वो भगवान के दर्शन करने आते हैं और 24 जो हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र उसे एंजॉय करने आते हैं.
Whenever the visitors and devotees come to Krishna Balaram Mandir, they are here to see the beautiful form of the deities and to be absorbed in Hare Krishna Mahamantra Kirtan in the temple.
और आई रियली थैंक्स कि भक्त लोग आते हैं और यहाँ डांस करके जो अपने जीवन में इतनी एंजाइटी लेकर आते हैं, वो मतलब एंजाइटी थोड़ी देर में भगवान के सामने डांस करने से वो चली जाती है.
So people come with so much anxiety in their life, but as soon as they come in front of the deities, take beautiful darshan and participate in kirtan and dance, their whole anxiety is, completely disappears.
And I really thanks all devotees who participate and conduct, especially Prabhu ji, ये 24-hour कीर्तन जो अभी तक रुका नहीं है और ये चलता आ रहा है. I really thanks.
So Prabhu is thanking all the kirtaniyas by whose help and by whose dedication the kirtan is still going on.
और ये जो कीर्तन है इसे हम लोग जब लाइव टेलीकास्ट में भी देखते हैं तो ज़्यादातर जो ऑडियंस होती है हमारी वो बेसिकली कीर्तन के लिए ही आती हैं. अगर लाइव टेलीकास्ट हमारा अगर आप देखेंगे पूरे शाम तक हम लोग देखते हैं तो 5,000 व्यूज़ हो जाते हैं, कभी कभी 10,000 व्यूज़ हो जाते हैं. तो इट इज़ स्पेशली ओनली फॉर द कीर्तन.
Yes. So Prabhu is saying for the live, actually people tune in for the live just to see and hear the kirtans. Sometimes it is 5,000 at one time, sometimes it is 10,000 viewers at one time. So this is all because of Hari Naam Sankirtan.
तो इसीलिए हमने इस्कॉन वृंदावन में स्टार्ट किया, स्पेशली ललिता नाथ प्रभु के साथ, कि हम लोग कीर्तनियों की शॉर्ट्स और वीडियो भी डालना शुरू किया है ताकि पीपल कैन सी.
So Prabhu, Jayatirth Prabhu with Lalita Nath Prabhu has taken this initiative to post Kirtan videos on ISKCON Vrindavan page on Instagram, and so that devotees can see these clippings of Kirtans and get inspired and get involved in the Kirtan more and more. And actually, from my side, I want to say there are thousands and thousands of views on ISKCON Vrindavan page. Yes.
So this is all your effort. I really appreciate. So whatever if you see like a if you see like a ISKCON Vrindavan YouTube now, we are cross almost 9 lakh subscribers, and Instagram 8 lakh almost, and 1.3 million in the Facebook. All of your effort also.
Jai, jai, jai.
So
Hari Hari Bol.
So after in this month we cross almost 2 million
Hari Bol,
subscribers.
jai.
So we have targeted. So it is मतलब 24-hour टीम का स्पेशली मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा जिनकी वजह से हो पा रहा है.
So Prabhu is thanking 24-hour Kirtan devotees, ashram devotees as well as community devotees who are participating. Because of them, you can say the following is actually increasing on the pages.
और एक्चुअली मैंने देखा है कि बहुत सारे लोग 1-2 घंटा बैठ पाते हैं, तो मैं देखा कि 24-hour कीर्तन प्रभु जी ने किया है. इट इज़ मतलब नॉर्मल पीपल नहीं कर सकते, तो इट इज़ वेरी special mercy of Guru.
So Aindra Prabhu got a special mercy of his Guru Srila Prabhupada, so he could actually do this, initiate and establish this 24-hour Kirtan, because it is not easy. Rather, Prabhu is saying it is a kind of impossible that somebody can actually do that.
And Prabhu ji, one more thing, एक और चीज़ मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमने इसीलिए भक्तों को कभी भक्तों से दूरी ना हो, तो इसीलिए हमने ऑनलाइन पूजा कभी रखा था. तो आज हमने जब भी आइंद्र प्रभु के लिए कोई पूजा के लिए बुक करता है तो हम लोग स्पेशली हमारी टीम जाती है और उनकी समाधि पे वो पूजा परफॉर्म भी करती है. तो ये भी हमने कहा कि कोई भी भक्त कहीं पे भी है, वो अपने गुरु को या डिवोटी को कुछ अर्पण करना चाहता है, तो वो फैसिलिटी भी हमने दी ताकि ही फील लाइक कि आई डिड समथिंग.
Yes. Oh, amazing. So Prabhu is telling that the devotees who don't live in Vrindavan, if they want to get puja performed for Aindra Prabhu's Samadhi or their Guru's Samadhi, so they can contact ISKCON Vrindavan IVTV, and the team of, there is a designated team of devotees who go and perform the puja. So that how they can actually get feel connected to their Guru.
तो ये ऑनलाइन पूजा है, हमारी वेबसाइट पे रहता है. तो इससे क्या होता है कि डिवोटी को वीडियो और हम लोग फिर इमेज फोटोग्राफ भेजते हैं. तो एक छोटी सी इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट किया है ताकि भक्त कहीं पे भी हो, ही कैन ऑलवेज ग्रेटिट्यूड Prabhu Ji's and Maharaj always and Guru.
So after the puja, some video clippings and photographs are shared with the devotee who actually wanted to get the puja done, and this way the devotee can feel connected to the inspiring personalities or their own Guru Maharaj.
Yeah. So I really thanks all 24-hour Kirtan, and I wish कि इसको हम और अच्छे से कर पाएँ, और जो भी क्वालिटी हमें बढ़ानी है. अभी बेसिकली हमने देखा जाए तो हमारी वीडियो क्वालिटी तो बढ़ी है. अभी प्लान की हम लोग साउंड पे भी अच्छा से सेवा कर पाएँ ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग तक ये हरि नाम संकीर्तन पहुंच पाए, जैसा प्रभु जी भी चाहते थे।
Jai. So Prabhu is saying the kirtan is going nice and it should go more and more nicer. And as Prabhu has worked on the video quality as of now, now Prabhu want to work on audio quality of the temple. And this Prabhu is saying that we will definitely enhance the audio quality in the temple. This will really attract many devotees to go live as well as come to the temple in person.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Thank you, Jaitir Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Thank you so very much. Now, I would request Ananya Bhakti Mataji to come forward and give her offering. I know I did not notify her that I will call her, but every time she says no. So Mataji, please come. Okay, one very important information. There are some volunteers to whom I told to go at 1 p.m. to clean the festival kitchen. So the timing is changed. It is now 4 p.m. Correct? 4 p.m. They can start? Or if somebody wants, but I think they should go together to get it done, isn't it? So they can. So all of you who are planning to go to clean the kitchen, you can attend the program, have feast. After that, with a lot of energy, you can clean the kitchen nicely.
I didn't prepare, I'm sorry.
Yes, spontaneity.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimati Indra Dasa Babaji Jananya Namaste Shri Patendra Nama Rasa Vinodini Vitai Jagnava Sarvasva Shri Radha-Swastra Sangina Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. I'm sorry. So, Aindra Prabhu is our hero. And over the years, we feel his absence only more, and only more regret over his departure. Aindra Prabhu, I will speak of my emotions because I didn't prepare anything. So when Aindra Prabhu was coming, you can feel that together with him, the spiritual world were coming. Like when we were sitting in Kirtan, we were all waiting for him to come, and we knew the time when he was have to come, and everybody was looking back on the door from where he usually used to come. And as already many people were saying, first the smell would come. And as soon as we felt the smell, everybody's heads would turn back. And then Aindra Prabhu came, and he would do amazing kirtan. And it's difficult to understand for those who were not sitting in kirtan, because Aindra Prabhu were bringing with him his own reality, and he were living already in another reality. He were living in the spiritual world. And when he would come, it would, on a physical level, we would feel like the reality would change and another energy would enter together with him. And as he was singing, everybody were going just on galok, I would say, because his kirtan was amazing. I would say he used to talk. He used to explain us many things by just saying Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. He would say a different Radha-Krishna story. For me, it was like this. When he was singing, we were just visualizing how Radha-Krishna would act. Because when Aindra Prabhu was here, I personally would feel that the spiritual world is reality, that Radha-Krishna, they are not just the deities, as he used to say. They are just the same Radha-Krishna about whom we are reading, to whom we have to go. So I could say that when he was here, I was living like in a fairy tale, because for me it was something completely amazing and unusual. Now when he left, a few years I was like trying to keep up with these feelings, but then of course I could not. And now I can feel the big, like huge difference when he's here and when he is lifting us up by his kirtan, by his presence, by his lectures. And when he's not here, it's completely like a regular life, which when we are living, and without his guidance, it's like, to me personally, it's really difficult to keep up with what he was teaching us, to absorb completely in Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, to absorb completely in Seva, to feel that we are living in real Vrindavan. And regarding my personal association, I didn't have much because when I came, I was here with Aindra Prabhu only for 5 years and I did not know English that time well. I was just going behind him wherever I was able to go. A few times he talked to me, but these times I knew he is very kind and open-hearted person. He's ready to give you his time just to listen to you, even if your questions are really stupid, like was mine. A few times I asked him some questions, and a few times he told me such words which just made me give my heart to him, because he was so much personal. And what I want to say, that he knew each and every person who participated in his Kirtan. We were many times thinking, does he even notice us? We were talking between ourselves. But a few times he just behaved in a way which showed us that he knows each and every person, and not only knows, he appreciates the presence of everybody. One time when it was my Pur festival, I came to ask him some questions, and he looked at me and he says, "Are you coming with us?" And that time I was just maybe 1-2 years there, and I was coming for Kirtan, but I didn't expect he even noticed me ever. And I said, "No, can I come?" He says, "Of course." But I said, "But I did not know I can come. I'm not coming." And he says, "We will miss you." And when he says, "We will miss you," I was thinking, me? I was so surprised. I said, "Me?" I said, "No, Prabhu, we will miss you." But since that time I knew that he knows that I'm coming for his Kirtan, and I knew that he knows everybody who is coming for Kirtan. And when Aindra Prabhu left his body, Acharya Sundari and Giridhari, they came to me to give some items, his personal items. They gave me some, his Panchapatra, he used something else, and amongst other, they gave me my offering, which I wrote to him on his Vyas Puja day. And I also was surprised, because it was just a card, and usually people throw away what they don't need, but he was keeping it, and it just melted my heart even more. Hare Krishna. That's it.
Offering straight from the heart, that it was. Thank you, Mataji. Thank you so very much. Next time you can be prepared. Every time you can be prepared. Now I'd request His Grace Mukundadat Prabhu to kindly come and give his glorification to Sripada Aindra Prabhu. Mukundan Prabhu had a very close association of Aindra Prabhu. Very, very good friends with each other. And now Sri Sri Nitasha Chisuta are actually residing in Prabhuji's office for past 3 years now, almost. So we are very, very grateful to Mukundan Prabhu for so many things he has actually facilitated for the entire festival. You are seeing the Bhoga is going on, Aarti, and so many things. Thank you, Prabhu.
Gurve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha padetanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Nama, Hare Nama Eva Kevalam, Kolavanastyeva Nastyeva Gatyaranyata, Madaram Madadebhyo Pi Mangalam, Pavanam Pavanebhyo Pi Hare Nama Eva Kevalam. His Grace Aindra Prabhu Ki. So we are very fortunate to be here in Sri Vrindavan Dham, where Krishna performs his eternal pastimes. And we are very fortunate to be here in the Krishna Balaram Goshala, beautiful temple established by Srila Prabhupada, and we are very fortunate to be here discussing about Aindra Prabhu, who was very dear to Srila Prabhupada, who was a dear devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Sri Radha-Krishna. I had the good fortune of spending a lot of time with Aindra Prabhu. First time I met him was in New York in 1984 in the ISKCON temple, 305 Skirmahon Street, where Sri Sri Radha Govinda are residing, beautiful deities installed by Prabhupada in 1974 in Jaipur, and then they were brought to New York. So I had gone to America actually just to attend the famous New York Rath Yatra in 1984. I was supposed to stay there for 1 month, but the devotees there, they needed a pujari because they had some shortage of pujaris. And I had also learned Hindi already because I joined here in 1980 and I quickly learned Hindi. They needed somebody to preach to the Indian community nearby New York, near New Jersey, one place called Forest Hills. There were many Gujarati people living. Patels, famous. Any Patels here? Gujaratis, any Gujaratis here? In New York, so many Gujaratis are there, Patels. So then, by the will of Providence, by the mercy of the Lord, I met His Grace Aindra Prabhu. And immediately we developed a very close friendship. So, as we have heard, like from Mahadevi Mataji, and as many of you have also heard, and some of you have met him also, most probably not many. Who has met Aindra Prabhu here? Anyone met Aindra Prabhu? A few Matajis and Aranya Birai, Prabhuji, Sachi. Yes, so a few devotees met him. So he was very special. Extraordinary personality. So he was fully dedicated to Srila Prabhupada and to the chanting of the holy names, especially chanting the Maha Mantra in bhajan, but not only in sitting down and chanting Sankirtan, but even chanting japa. So he used to try to chant 1 lakh, sometimes even more, 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, some like Purushottamas. At the same time, he was also very much into worshipping the deities. He had his personal deities, you see, Gonitai. Already when I met him in New York, so he had small Gonitais and small Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta deities. And he was worshipping them every day, in a simple way, but very devotional. And then, so he used to go out on Sankirtan almost every day with a few devotees. And actually, he made a truck into a temple. From the side, he had the opening of the truck from the side, and he had a kind of decoration which he put up every day, looking like a temple, like an altar of a temple. And so he was bringing his deities out when he was going for Harinam Sankirtan. He was chanting for the pleasure of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As a glorification of the holy names is there. Nama Yagya Maha Yagya Kali Kalmashanashanam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prityatam Nama Yagya Samarpanam. So this Nama Yagya, the chanting of the holy names that we offer to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Prityatam, with some loving affection, with love. And so this Sankirtan Yagya of chanting the holy names is also known as Maha Yagya, Maha Sankirtan. So Sankirtan, it may mean also, as we know, the Yagya means a sacrifice, fire sacrifice. But in the age of Kali, the sacrifice is the chanting of the holy names, which we know is not always so easy, even to control the mind by chanting japa. And even together with others, or sometimes challenges are there, especially in the West. People sometimes don't like the devotees and they're trying to stop devotees or throwing in the West, some tomatoes at the devotees. But the devotees, they are fixed in their duty of chanting the holy names for their purification, for the pleasure of Guru and Gauranga. So basically because Prabhupada, so he was instructing his disciples to chant japa, to chant 16 rounds every day and to go for Harinam Sankirtan. So he followed the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. And he told me also personally that only one time he had an exchange with Prabhupada. So I can't remember which place, but wherever he was staying at that time in America, anyone knows? And then Prabhupada arrived there. Anyone knows where it was? Washington, D.C. So Prabhupada arrived there and they were welcoming Srila Prabhupada by doing Harinam Sankirtan. And Aindra Prabhu, so he was very enthusiastically chanting the holy names and playing the Miridanga. And Prabhupada noticed him. And he looked at him and said, Jai. And so he took it as a special blessing and indication that he should perform this chanting of the holy names as his main activity for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, for the pleasure of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So later on he moved to New York where I met him, and so he was going practically every day to perform Harinam Sankirtan. And only few devotees were there accompanying him, and for some time I was asked to do the Bhakta program besides worshipping the deities in the morning and going sometimes out in the evening to preach to the Indian community, Gujaratis. But when I had some free time, I was taking out the new bhaktas during the day and spending some time with Aindra Prabhu, just for maybe 1 hour or 1.5 hours, chanting the holy names in different places in New York. So, but he was spending at that time also maybe 5-6 hours every day, sometimes even longer, chanting the holy names. There was a small group. Actually, there was one devotee, his name was Pradeep. He had also joined. He's one of the main men of Aindra Prabhu. So we used to talk together, and for many years I didn't see him, and then suddenly I see him here in Madhavan colony where I'm staying, and he has gotten a little place to stay there, and he's also now performing his bhajan here. His name is now, I think, Premananda. Not the famous Premananda, but another Premananda, initiated by some Babaji from Radha-Kund. Yeah. Anantadas Babaji Maharaj. So, but a very sweet devotee, and so actually he was a householder, but then he left everything and he just moved to Vrindavan. So we were very often meeting in the temple, actually the basement. He was staying in the basement where the devotees used to take prasad also, especially when the feast was there. And so we used to be there many times during the day or night time when you used to come back and speak. Of course, mostly he was speaking because he was senior and he was more knowledgeable and he was absorbed in Braj Bhakti. So definitely we understand from previous life impressions, because immediately he took up the chanting of the holy names. And as we have heard, we hear every year how as soon as he joined There's a divine vision of Krishna Balaram. So that is exceptional. So, quite a few of Prabhupada's disciples, we can see they had previous impressions, and so they quickly joined and performed important services in Srila Prabhupada's movement, to push on the movement. As Prabhupada one time also said that to his disciples that my spiritual master has sent you to help me in spreading Krishna consciousness. So, I was very much impressed by his knowledge, by his determination. I mean, spiritual knowledge in regards to understanding the essence of Krishna consciousness, especially Braj Bhakti and the loving sentiments of Sri Sri Radha-Krishna as the highest loving exchange. He was knowledgeable in the scriptures. He knew the Siddhanta, the conclusion of the philosophy of the Krishna consciousness movement inaugurated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And in regards to attaining perfection, the prayojan, the necessity, attaining Braj Bhakti or the Madhurya Bhav, which Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to give. So he was well versed in that, in Rasa Tattva Shastra. And therefore, so he was attracting many devotees, sincere devotees, and because of his dedication, because of his love, because of his deep spiritual realizations, and because of his kindness. So, but at the same time, many they misunderstood him also, because he was a kind of like an avadut. An avadut is a person who is highly advanced, but at the same time not always following all the rules and regulations according to we know, like getting up early in the morning and then strictly following the morning program. He had his morning program, and that was there, but not that every time he was there for Mangalati Guru Puja class. Sometimes he was there, and sometimes he was absorbed in chanting and preparing to go out and chant the holy names, distribute the holy names. And so also one so important point that so he was very much attached to the chanting of the holy names, serving the deities, absorbed in the philosophy, knowledgeable, and he was very renounced. So, Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga Sikshatamika Purusha Purana Se Krishna Chaitanya Shariyar Dhari Kripamburi Yasta Mahaprabhadhyay. So as this prayers by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya mentions about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and we take shelter of him, he came to give this transcendental knowledge, which is important to advance in spiritual life. And then he was teaching also Vairagya. Then some renunciation has to be there, some detachment from this material world. But then the main thing is that we have to be absorbed in bhakti, in devotional service. And for him that was Harinam Sankirtan. At the same time he was studying the scriptures, Prabhupada's books, even the books of the previous acharyas. And so he was spending time in deity worship also, his own deities. And then later on also in our temple here, worshipping Radha Shyama Sundar. So he was renounced. Every year he was observing Chaturmas, very austere, most of austere. So I never saw anybody else who is so austere doing Chaturmas as Aindra Prabhu, especially in the beginning. And just eating khichdi, Chandrayan Vrat, putting the khichdi in the floor, and then, so which is extraordinary, but that is mentioned in the scriptures, that those who are following Chaturmas very strictly. Of course, that is not possible for the ordinary person. So, but we should also try to follow Chaturmas and do some austerity and increase our chanting of the holy names or our service or offering of prayers. So it was very much exemplary and inspiring in many ways. So in 1986, he decided to come to Mayapur to attend the Mayapur festival, the 500th anniversary of the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and then he decided to stay in Vrindavan. He had told me also I was still in Vrindavan, in New York. And in the beginning, he wanted to do the same thing as in New York. He wanted to get the truck and go for Harinam Sankirtan with the truck. But there were many obstacles, so he gave up the idea, and he saw that there is no 24-hour Kirtan. And he had heard that Srila Prabhupada had introduced the 24-hour Kirtan, but the devotees, they were not able to maintain because there were not enough devotees. And then only during Artik, basically Kirtan was performed. Other times there was a tape, cassette of Srila Prabhupada singing the different bhajans. Krishna meditation tape was there. So, but then in 1986, as he had come here and decided to stay, then he decided to again start a 24-hour Kirtan, and he started on Vijay Dashami. That is just 6 days before Kartik. So in the same year, 1986. And so he had a few devotees, not so many, but because of his determination, his dedication, and his love for the chanting of the holy names, he was doing every day. And many days he was chanting 8 hours or 10 hours. And even sometimes, because nobody was ready to do at night time, he was chanting at night time also. Sometimes alone. Nobody else was there. But then gradually more devotees were joining, and and he attracted so many devotees, especially also young devotees, who didn't have so much taste for the chanting of the japa, but they liked to be with Aindra because he was chanting with love and devotion. And so they were attracted to that, and because of his personality, because of his knowledge, his kindness. So then he gathered some devotees, Vrindavan Das, and who else was there? When you came later? So he started in 1986. A few devotees were there, not so many. Vrindavan Das came also a little later. Madhav, yeah, and Nitai was there, one Indian devotee. Gopinath, actually, when I went to New York, so because devotees, they kept me there. And then the devotees from Switzerland, because I was staying there for a little while, they said, well, if you want to keep him there, you have to send another devotee. They sent Gopinath to Switzerland, to Zurich, to serve there. He was staying there a little while, and then he went to Vrindavan. And then he joined Aindra Prabhu. So, yes, and then more and more devotees joined, and he attracted the devotees, and even pilgrims, they used to come and they used to like the Kirtan from Delhi. More and more devotees used to come, or even devotees who were coming only once in a while, they used to come just to attend his Kirtan, Saturday and Sunday. Of course, he was chanting every day, but every day at that time, not many people were coming from Vrindavan. It was very quiet at this time, during the week. And during the summer, especially, or the winter, not so many persons were here, devotees. But the weekends, more devotees used to come, and so they attended his Kirtan. And then, as we know, he started cassettes and then CDs, Vrindavan Mellows, and so on, Chintamani, Nam, and attracting more and more devotees and becoming actually famous all over the world, attracting the devotees by his pure chanting. I have met so many devotees going to different places in India and then in Europe, and so they were very much attracted by his chanting of the holy names, and he became very much famous. And even the senior devotees, even other great Kirtaniyas, they very much respected him. Like Loknath Maharaj was also good, wonderful Kirtaniya. And they had so much respect for Aindra Prabhu because of his love and for his determination for the chanting of the holy names. So, and also he actually was very expert in dressing the deities. And one time there was a need of some devotees to help out on the altar, and so then he took up the seva of dressing Radha Shyama Sundar for almost 7 or 8 months. So, and then by this time I had also come myself again back to Vrindavan, and we continued with our relationship. I used to go to his room and we used to talk for 1 to 3 hours. Mainly he was talking, very much enlivening and always about Krishna or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the process of devotional service. Still, he was exemplary also, of course, in his behavior. But then he was stressing that ultimately we have to come to the platform of spontaneous love and following the footsteps of the eternal associates of Krishna in Braj. And then, so he was writing a book also, which then came out after he left this world, and he spent time and actually a few years to make this a wonderful book, which I'm sure every one of you knows. And so there actually, his mood is in there and his heart is there in the book. And of course, as we know, different devotees, they have different realizations, they have different swabhav nature. So many devotees, they liked him, but quite a few devotees, they also didn't like him at all because of his being a very eccentric kind of person and speaking too much about Braj Bhakti, about spontaneous devotional service, Raganuga Bhakti, and some people, they didn't like this at all. But ultimately, he did what he felt he had to do. He wanted to take sannyas also at one point, and he approached some of the senior devotees, Rama-Krishna Goswami, and then he was saying, Rama-Krishna Goswami, well, there's no need for you to take sannyas. You're already like a sannyasi, or maybe you should take Kshetra sannyas. But because anyhow, you're not leaving the dham, so what is the use of you taking sannyas? But he wanted to take sannyas because he wanted to be, of course, he was already practically fully dedicated, but just to show that we have to be fully dedicated with body, mind, and words. And so without an ego that I have to be sannyasi, but it felt it is necessary to be fully absorbed and to show others by example to be fully absorbed, to be a leader. But then, so the senior devotees, they were not so enthusiastic to award him sannyas. So then he just became almost like a Babaji in the way how he dressed. But he was fully dedicated with body, mind, and words. If you see the symptoms of a devotee who is highly advanced, bhav bhakta, all the symptoms are seen in the personality of Aindra Prabhu. Completely detached from this world, attached to the chanting of the holy names, attached to living in the holy dham, attached to describing about the wonderful pastimes of the Lord and going to the different places where Krishna performed his pastimes, not wasting any moment. So he was not wasting any moment. He was always serving in the consciousness by speaking Harikatha, Krishna Katha, by serving. I never heard him speaking any prajalpa. No prajalpa, only Krishna Katha. But at the same time, he spoke the truth also. And some things which he didn't like in regards to how the things were going on, especially in regards that he felt that Sankirtan was not pushed enough in our movement, and even that we saw that for some time, even in New York or in Europe, the devotees there were not going out so much anymore. So, but he was then trying to preach that we have to take up this Harinam Sankirtan. So he was doing that in the temple, but then even going to the cities, so that should be encouraged. And even, of course, transcendental book distribution. So he himself was distributing books, but then in the beginning, but then he dedicated himself to the chanting of the holy names. But then he wrote a book in regards to transcendental book distribution, and in regards to Kirtan, and in regards to what is to be attained ultimately. So Sadhana Bhakti is there, and Sambandha Gyan is there, that we know this body, we are spiritual, we are servants of Krishna, we have to serve Krishna, the process is given. Abhideya Gyan, how to advance slowly but surely. And then about the necessity, prayojan, to attain love for Krishna. So he was very much also stressing for that. So in his preaching and his book also, and also very exemplary was his love or his dedication to staying in Brajadham. So basically he also gave up his citizenship, American citizenship, and he took the Indian citizenship. And he had told me also when he went to the embassy, American embassy, and declaring, I want to give up my American citizenship. And they were like saying, what, you want to give up your American citizenship? Whereas the Indians, they're trying to go to America and get an American citizenship or the green card so they can stay in America. And here an American is there, he's coming to India, living in a holy place, and he wants to give up his citizenship. They were not really getting it, but anyhow, he decided, and so, but he was endeavoring quite for some time. It was not easy to get the citizenship, and he had to bribe some people. He had some devotees to help him, but in India sometimes, at that time especially, you have to bribe. But finally he got the Indian citizenship, and he was very happy. So he could be all the time here in Braj. So but at one point, before he had the Indian citizenship, he had to go to Nepal to get a new visa. And so he went there, and then he took the opportunity to go to the Gandaki River also. And of course then glorifying Brajadham to the devotees there, and enlivening everyone by his sweet Kirtan and his wonderful Harikatha. And he, by the way, brought a few Shilas back. And in the beginning he had only a few Shilas, and then he got some Govardhan Shilas, but then he got more and more Shilas, and at the end he had 2,200 and something Shilas. The exact number? 2,200 and?
So devotees have tried counting like on different occasions. The last count was 3,300 something.
3,300? More came or what?
I don't know.
Okay, anyhow, yeah. I remember it. At one point it was 2,000 and something. So maybe some more devotees donated more. Of course, sometimes it is difficult to count so many Shilas. Maybe some mistake was there. But anyhow, and he was doing his seva so nicely. A few times I was there when he was serving his deities and giving so much care to the worship of the Shaligram Shilas, touching all the Shilas with oil. And of course, he could not bathe them, everyone. He had a spray, water spray bottle, spraying the Shilas, giving them bath, and then wiping them and putting tulsi on each of them, chandan. So very dedicated, like taking him 3-4 hours, sometimes more, but sometimes he had to cut it short because of festivals, for example, and then he was spending more time chanting the holy names. So, very inspiring personality. And so I was very fortunate to have his association, to spend a lot of time with him. So at one point when he was Pujari here, because the Pujaris were on strike, so then he asked him to help. So for a few months, and then famous stories there, which we like to tell. And because actually, before that, when he started a new kind of dressing of the deities in a very beautiful way. Before we had seen pictures of deities in many places and seen how the devotees are dressing the deities. In the mode of Lakshmi Narayan, everything is straight, the chadas are hanging straight, the crown is straight, the garlands are straight, everything is straight. Vaidhi Bhakti. But then, so because he was fully absorbed in Braj Bhav, in Braj Bhakti, in the spontaneous aspect of devotional service, then he was hanging the chadar in a kind of curved way, and in a way that it was looking like Krishna is just running, and Radharani is there also, or they're dancing together. Very beautifully, very elegant, and sometimes garland swinging one side, sometimes the other side. So variety was there. And he had also studied here from the Brijabasis in regards to what kind of turban Krishna is wearing or what kind of crown. And so he was implementing that in the seva, or so what jewelry Krishna is wearing. So he had this Braj Bhav and he had studied. And then he was doing his bhajan of chanting the holy names and being absorbed in hearing about or reading about Radha-Krishna's pastimes. And so then when he was dressing the deities, you could really see like now Radha-Krishna there. So then one time, that was in 1990, I had been teacher in the Gurukul, but I was a little bit dissatisfied and I was thinking of changing my seva. So then one day I was dressing the deities. It was in May 1990. And I was there also, and some senior devotees, and of course general devotees were there. And then he had a big smile. So looking at the devotee, seeing when their devotees are coming, then opening the curtain, and we see the deities very nicely dressed. And then I saw, Krishna doesn't have the flute. And Krishna's flute is in Radharani's left hand. I was saying Jai. And so many devotees, where is the flute? Where is Krishna's flute? And then immediately they called Aindra Prabhu and they chastised him. That cannot be done. You have to immediately put the flute back in Krishna's hands. And he became disappointed. And he told him, if we cannot dress the deities anymore if you do things like this. Next day, he dressed the deities, but in a simple way. He didn't even hang the cloth. Everything was just hanging down straight. And then after darshan, I said, what happened? I said, well, I'm not inspired anymore. But these people, they don't understand the proper mood of how to worship the deities. Only honor reverence. So then he said, why don't you take up the seva? Because I had been Pujari in New York also, dressing Radha Govinda. I said, yes, fine. And I wanted to leave the Gurukul, the seva as a teacher. So I was happy, he was happy that I was doing the seva. But then after maybe 2 years, after 1.5 years, I became head Pujari. Then after maybe half a year, 1 year, I asked him to again dress the deities once a week on Sunday. And then because of other sevas, I had to look after Gonita Krishna Balaram altar. So then I asked him to do 2 days of dressing of the deities, Radha Shama Sundar. But on festivals, we used to dress together. I used to dress Srimati Radharani, he used to dress Shama Sundar. Of course, the mood was always that we are assisting Srila Prabhupada, we are assisting Rupan Rati Manjari, Lalita Vishaka in serving the divine couple. So that is the mood when you are serving the devotees. So, but then even while serving, we used to talk about the divine couple and the loving exchange. But sometimes difficulties are there, and sometimes also then when you're dressing the deities, the time is just running out. And then sometimes you put the pin inside, it doesn't go in. Even like myself this morning, dressing the deities. Already I was a little late and I was feeling a little weak physically. And we got some new pins because we didn't have any big pins. Somebody gave me some new pins, but they were not going in nicely inside the cloth and the turban. And they were just breaking and then pushing, and time is running out. And so that happened with Aindra Prabhu also a few times, and then he's becoming angry at Krishna. Come on, Krishna, we are really late. Don't give me such a hard time. And but then somehow we are able to dress the deities. So very personal and yes, and with so much love and devotion, he was serving the deities, and in a very spontaneous way, and so which was very inspiring. His Grace Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Nitai Sachi Sutta ki, Sri Sri Radha-Krishna ki, Go Premanande Hare Hare Bol.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mukundat Prabhu, for giving such nice insight, so many stories, and your deep connection with Aindra Prabhu. So, without taking her permission, I am doing this audacity to call Purnima Mataji. Please, Mataji, I did not take your permission, I know that, but please just come for 2-3 minutes. Every time I request her, she says that I am giving my offering while cooking. So Mataji is always helping, or rather leading the cooking in the festival kitchen for the main bhoga, all the bhoga you saw. Mataji, just for 2-3 minutes, if you would like to speak. Please, please. If everybody wants to listen from us, loudly say, Hari Bol! Purnima Mataji, then you.
Not next time, you cannot do that. Guruve Gauri Chandraya Sri Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namo. I don't know what to say, because my husband spoke so much, so. But anyway, I'll try to say something. I came to Vrindavan in 1988. And that time also, 24-hour Kirtan was Aindra Prabhu. That's it. And he was there for a long time during the day. Of course, night time, I didn't know that. Now, during the day, long time. And then slowly other devotees also started coming. And then his time reduced. But then his Kirtan was evening Kirtan. That was him. And I don't know, we would hardly see the devotees during the day, but then the evening time, before evening Aarti, temple was like always full for his Kirtan. It was like all the honeybees are coming to the lotus flower. He was attracting everyone there, and everyone used to be there. And no matter how busy someone was, but if you wanted to meet someone, that was the time to go to the temple and meet the devotees, because they were there. I went a few times to his room also with my husband, because he was very close to my husband. And his room was like a spiritual world. It was nothing other than the deities. Just like he was saying, there's so many shaligrams. I was just completely amazed to see that how many shaligram shilas, he is worshipping every day. And my husband used to tell me that, he's taking so many hours doing his puja, and he's still coming to dress the deities. And I was always thinking, what kind of person is he? How much energy he has? He's doing all these things, and then he would come to Dressari, and then he would give class sometimes. That was very rare actually. But whenever he was giving class, it was like 3-4 hours. And he would, after 9 o'clock, 9:30, he would say, if someone wants to go take prasadam, they can go. But he would not move. And at the end, like class would go until noon arti, 12 o'clock, and there'll be only 3-4 devotees sitting listening to him, but he wouldn't move. And then 12 o'clock, when they will blow the conch shell, then he would stop. And that was like, and the classes was like so amazing. Nothing less than spontaneous devotional service. That's all he knew, I think. And he was really very, very nice classes. And other thing is also, he was not just speaking, it was not just knowledge. It was experience. It was realizations. You know, he was, when he was speaking, you could feel that he's not here right now. He is somewhere else, and he is speaking from there. Very, very, very high class classes, and very, very deep philosophy. And I would sit there till 12 o'clock and listen to him. Of course, I could hardly understand what he was saying, but when he was saying, it was so mesmerizing. You couldn't move from there. It was not possible. And he used to come to our house also for our Govardhan Puja, for Kirtan. But he would never take prasad there because, you know, he had his puja and Chaturmas, following Chaturmas. But he would always tell me, you make a big plate of offering for my Nitai Sachasuta. So we would always make a big plate of offering for him, and he would take that with him. And he would go, whoever other was coming with him, they were taking prasad, but he was not staying there for that. But that was a routine. Every year he would come there. And every year he would come for the Kirtan and take boga for Nitai Sachisuta. And before he left, that Chandan Yatra, I was there. Of course, there are many things, but I'm just going to keep it short. That Chandan Yatra, he put Chandan also with my husband, was also in there. They were putting Chandan, and then he came out. I was taking darshan, and he was like smiling. He was a big smile on his face. And I was just taking darshan, and he came and he stood next to me, and he said, Mataji, don't they look beautiful? I said, yes, they look very beautiful. And he said, you know, Shamasundar looks like a chocolatey. Feels like biting on him. I said, okay. I think I'm not on that level yet. I just see him the way he is. Very nice Chandan, very nice everything. But he has such a beautiful way he said that. And he had such a big smile. And then I think my husband came in and he started talking to him. But that was one thing I just felt it just came from his heart, you know. Because I used to talk to him and he was talking to me, but not like, you know, very close or anything. But to say that, to come and say, I just felt that, you know, he is like, he's not from this world, you know, he's from the spiritual world. And he sees that, you know, he feels it. And I really felt that I was feeling very fortunate to have his association and to be there when he is there. Many times what happens is that we don't realize what we have when they're present. We realize after they're gone that what we missed. So I was thinking at that time, no, I'm actually very fortunate. Although maybe I was not very, very much able to go in, you know, many devotees, they had a very close relationship with him. But because I had, you know, family, it's not so easy. My daughter was small. But whatever association I had, and went to his rooms and hear his katha. And one time we went for his, some devotees were celebrating his Vyas Puja. And somewhere, Giridhari's place. And we went there, and he's supposed to come there, and he didn't come, and he didn't come, and he didn't come, and he didn't come for hours. How long, Prabhu? How was it? 3-4 hours? We were just waiting and waiting and waiting. But then at the end we said, okay, I think it's time to go now. But just when we thought we're going, then I said, no, we should wait a little bit longer. And then little after he came, and then all the devotees, they were waiting, they were sitting around, you know, waiting, and they were just going down and, you know, what's happening. But as soon as he entered, they all jumped up and all became very enthusiastic and big kirtan, it was so nice. It was really nice. So it was really nice to wait there. That wait was how you say, it was worth it to wait for him, for that time and hear his katha, and it was really nice. So Aindra Prabhu ki jai. We pray to him to please have mercy on at least myself, because I'm very fallen. So Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji. It was really inspiring, and I think I should do this every time to call you like this. Is Govinda Mataji here? Is she here? Okay. Okay, after Govinda Mataji, we have Dharmaraj Dadu. अभी गोविंदा माता जी बोलेंगे, फिर आप, ठीक है? Or should I call him first if she is busy? Dharmaraj Dadu, आप आइए. Oh, दादू, sorry, बैठो. वो आगे, माता जी आगे. Please come.
Sorry, I was busily taking Mahaprasad from Aindra Prabhu for the group of Matajis who are making garlands. Very happily they making garlands, including for Nitai Sachi Sutta and 21 from his Srila and 11 or 15 for whatever else. And so just yesterday, somebody, Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine, Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pacharine, Nirvishekhe Shunyavadi Pashtya Deshatarine, Vancha Kalpatarubhesha Kripa Sindhupaya Vacha Patitana Pavane, Vaishnavepya Namo Namaha. Just yesterday, somebody mentioned that it's 60th Disappearance Day. And I thought, 16 years already passed. It's so many years. To me, it seems like it just happened recently. Means time going so fast. And then I was thinking, maybe I have to leave this world also in another 16 years or something. And it goes so fast and I don't feel ready. And in this connection, I was thinking how Aindra Prabhu was ready any time, because he was so dedicated to the mission of his spiritual master, to the mission of Srila Prabhupada, and particularly I felt like many of Prabhupada's disciples, they had kind of like been given the mission, because they were beginners, they were to start to. And just to take an opportunity, I'm very grateful to all of them for making this temple for all of us, for establishing deity worship and everything else that we have now, like without thinking that costs to somebody so much endeavors and so much hardship. So when I came to Vrindavan, it was 89, temple was like practically empty. Not so many devotees were there, and not so many outside people would be coming to the temple. And I remember that Aindra Prabhu very often was the only Kirtan performer. And I remember many times he was sitting in front of Gaura time, leaning on the column, wearing nupuras on his feet and trying to make sound with that, and maybe something on his hand and something in harmonium. He was trying to play few instruments and accompany himself. And that I saw that it was such an amazing dedication, which I actually saw in many Prabhupada disciples that still were there in big quantity, like Vidya Mataji, who engaged me very actively in the service. Davishakti Mataji also was there, and Kurmarupa Prabhu and Mahanidhi Swami used to do service in Radha Damodar temple, and Vaneshwar Prabhu, who was in beginning in BBT, and then, like as we know, he was main cook for many, many years in the temple. I'm still missing his Raja Bhoga sabji. It was very unique, his cooking. So all of them are very unique personality, and Aindra Prabhu was even more unique by his very unusual behavior. But that time I couldn't really understand. All I could see that all of them were very dedicated to Srila Prabhupada's mission. That mood was in beginning present there so much to please Srila Prabhupada. Everything has to be done in the best way to please Srila Prabhupada. So that mood I pick up from all of them, and it was very inspiring to learn from them. And Aindra Prabhu, one of the gurus for me like this, in a deity worship. Of course, Mukunda Prabhu is my authority, and they were together. And it, for me, was always very unique, the dressing of Aindra Prabhu and Mukunda Prabhu. They were, first Aindra Prabhu was doing alone many times, and it was so much fun. The moment altar would open, you would see some lila is going on there, and I don't know about other opinion, but it was so much fun and excitement to see what is today on the altar is going on. And many times it was just bushes of bougainvillea, and as I mentioned, the lily flowers. Yesterday we had those lily flowers to put in our garlands, and Aindra Prabhu used, when it was rainy season, that was lots of lily growing around, and Maha Bhagavata would pick all of them, and it will all go in the effulgence of Radhashama Sundar. It was like Mukunda Prabhu was saying, that he was dressing them as they were personalities. They were not deities. They were personalities, and he had a relationship with them. And we could see there was always very dynamic dressing. It's always something was happening on the altar. Either was, they going somewhere dancing, or like some particular mood was present there. And it was always very inspiring to see how it is. And his dressing was also very unique. After he left, Ananda Prabhu was Pujari, little bit following in that mood, but like now I don't see so much that the way he used to dress. Specifically, Shema Sundar was very he was a Don Juan, he was a lover, he was the best lover. And Radharani, she was always very excited and inspiring to meet Krishna and to do some service for him. And he would always put this little reddish cheek to Srimati Radharani, like she was running on the rendezvous. Or this was always something happening. It was alive, it was present. And it was so nice to experience this mood. And at the end, I remember he was not doing so much like external decoration, but the way he was dressing the deities, it was so meaningful. It was so kind of so beautiful, but as it is, of course. His dressing was also very unique. The color he used, every detail was in its own place. It was very specific, everything about his dressing. And it was just very nice to have something so unique which is like a little bit missing now. And Kirtan was, of course, another thing, but for me was like so much more about the way he wanted the garlands to be made, because Srimati Radharani, she is the queen of Vrindavan. She deserved the garland to have at her feet, and so the garland should be so long, and like all these different details. And like he would take so much time to explain me, quoting Rupa Goswami, how it is true. So it was always very inspiring to talk to him. And another feature of him being very dedicated to the mission, that he cared about everything else that was happening in the temple. Not just that he was just a pujari. No, he was concerned about everything else that was going in the temple, that if it was meant for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada, that was the concern. So for me, that association with him was very, very inspiration and teaching. Like I was thinking that, okay, he left 16 years back, but he left behind so much to learn from him. Like you can always go back and, like for me, it's go back and always draw that inspiration from his dedication to his service. Like I said in the beginning, there was hardly any devotees, but slowly, devotees came, Gopal Prabhu, and there was Giridhari and few others who he created those few albums, Vrindavan Mellows and one more, that was so popular all over the world, and perhaps they make all these boys to come here in Vrindavan and continue the legacy of Dayendra Prabhu. So I'm just very grateful that I had his wonderful association and that I can learn from him the same dedication, because like at the end of his life, he had the right claim to claim mercy of Nitai, because he was so dedicated. His life was meant only just for the service of Srila Prabhupada's mission, and particularly the Sankirtana movement. So for me, it's a great teaching and great example, and his chanting, attachment to the holy name. I pray I could get at least a drop of his attachment to the holy name. His life was all about Harinam. It's like he was chanting lots of japa and he was chanting lots of Harinam, and that's the process Lord Chaitanya gave it to us. So I just pray for the mercy that I can get at least a drop of his attachment to the holy name, and that his dedication to the mission of Srila Prabhupada and serving him so faithfully all his life. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Jaya Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna.
Jai. Thank you so much, Govinda Mataji. Hare Krishna. So, Dharmaraj Dadu, आइए. समय की कमी है. We have shortage of time. By 2:30 we need to wind up all the offerings. There are still few devotees who are yet to speak. So I'll request the devotees to keep as short as possible. So Dharmaraj Dadu is in ISKCON Vrindavan and in 24-hour Kirtan for many, many years. And he has many stories to share. So we will listen from him.
ओम ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. नैतन मनस्तव कथासु विकुण्ठनाथं सम्प्रियते दुष्टिमसादु तीव्रं कामातुरं हर्षशोकभयसनार्थं तस्मिन् कथं विमृशामि नाथ। ओम तो इंद्र प्रभु के साथ हम लोग बहुत साल से कीर्तन किया।
So I served with Aindra Prabhu in 24-hour Kirtan for many years.
तो बहुत साहसी और सामर्थ्यवान, नियम आचरण में बहुत शुद्धता था आंध्र प्रभु का।
So Aindra Prabhu was really competent, and he was very, very strict for his sadhana, and another thing, samarthyavan, how to say? Okay.
हम लोग आंध्र प्रभु थोड़ा मोड़ा
courageous, yeah, he's sahasi, he said sahasi, courageous, okay, sorry.
थोड़ा मोड़ा डांटते थे भी, हृदय में बहुत प्रेम था आंध्र प्रभु का।
Sometimes he used to chastise, but he had a lot of affection and love for all the devotees.
बहुत नियम आचरण में सामर्थ्यवान,
Very strict to his principles and vows.
एक बार उसी साल मैं आंध्र प्रभु की आज्ञा से नेपाल से जगन्नाथपुरी में एक मेरा दोस्त था।
So Prabhu is saying that one particular year he went to Jagannath-puri, first Nepal, then Jagannath-puri, and there was one of his friends there in Jagannath-puri.
फिर जगन्नाथपुरी से उन्हें मेरे दोस्त गौरकृष्ण प्रभु, उनके साथ फिर नेपाल आया। नेपाल में हम लोग ये पुजारी भी था। हम लोग 5 जन वहाँ से वहाँ क्या वो जहाँ शालिग्राम निकलते थे, शालिग्राम क्षेत्र।
So 5 of the devotees with Prabhu went to the place which is the origin of all the shaligram.
वहाँ पहुँच गया, बहुत तकलीफ से वहाँ पहुँच गया।
After a lot of difficulty, they actually reached that place.
वहाँ से हम लोग फिर वापस आ गया। 3 महीना में मैं वृंदावन आ गया। उस समय उसके पहले मैंने तुलसी लगा के गया था, तो वो तुलसी बहुत सुंदर हो गया था।
So before he left, it took 3 months for him to come back, and he planted a tulsi before he left, and when he came back, the tulsi plant became really, really beautiful.
तो इंद्र प्रभु मेरे वहाँ मैं जब आया, इंद्र प्रभु भी वहाँ निकला। तुलसी महारानी का, इंद्र प्रभु का उसका रूम के आगे आ गया, तो मेरे को मिला, तो बहुत मेरे से गले लगाया, तो तुलसी महारानी को दिखाया, बहुत सुंदर हो गया था तुलसी महारानी।
So when Aindra Prabhu met him, when Prabhu came back, so Aindra Prabhu actually embraced him. He said, "Very nice tulsi you planted, so beautiful it has come out."
तो तुमने लगाया तुलसी बहुत सुंदर।
Because you planted tulsi, she is really beautiful.
तो इसे गमला बंदी किया था, परंतु बहुत सुंदर हो गया था। हाँ, तो वो तुलसी को कम से कम एक तुलसी तो 7 साल तक ऐसा घूम के 7 वर्ष तक रह गया।
So that particular tulsi remained there for 7 years under Aindra Prabhu's care.
एक तो 3-4 वर्ष ऐसे ही रहा।
Another one for 3 to 4 years.
एक तो 2 वर्ष रहा।
Another one for 2 years.
तो मेरे से गले लगाया
He
इंद्र
embraced
प्रभु ने।
me.
तो मैं उस दिन तो मैं रूम में गया, अपना रूम में।
Then I went to my room.
रूम के इधर में पहले मार्तंड, शायद मार्तंड इधर आया कि नहीं, मार्तंड था, मंदिर में था, आज आया नहीं कि मार्तंड प्रभु बगल में था। मार्तंड प्रभु ने इंद्र प्रभु को डिस्टर्ब करने को नहीं देता था। तो मैं दूसरा दिन इंद्र प्रभु के ड्यूटी में इंद्र प्रभु के साथ ड्यूटी दर्शन करने को आया, तो बहुत सुंदर लग गया। तो वहाँ थोड़ा बैठा, बाद में मैंने इंद्र प्रभु का ड्यूटी का भी मैं शाम को मैं सेवा करता था।
He used to serve in the evening.
उसके बाद दूसरा दिन मैं आया तो अच्छा से बहुत सुंदर लग गया। इंद्र प्रभु ने भी मेरे को बहुत सारे प्रेम करते थे, तो बहुत सारे भूल गया। तो दूसरा दिन तो बस इंद्र प्रभु दरवाजा तोड़ने को आया।
So the next day, Aindra Prabhu actually departed from this world, and
तो अंदर में जाके देखा तो उस स्थिति में था, तो हम लोग सब
so they went inside the room, and then Aindra Prabhu was paying obeisances to his deities, and everybody was shocked.
बहुत महीना यानी बहुत साल तक इंद्र प्रभु का चिंतन आता था।
For so many months and years, Aindra Prabhu's thoughts used to come in my mind again and again.
तो इंद्र प्रभु का क्या वर्णन करेंगे, उनका कीर्तन, उनका सेवा, उनका आचरण, उनका साहस, उनका इतना मीठा कीर्तन सब विश्व में
What more I can
प्रचलित है।
tell about Aindra Prabhu? His courage, his sadhana, his bhajan, everything is so indescribable.
तो ठीक है, इंद्र प्रभु तथा सब लोग मैं
Thank you.
इंद्र प्रभु शाहिद प्रभु में धन्यवाद, नमस्कार करता हूँ। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna. धन्यवाद दादू। हरे कृष्णा। हरे कृष्णा। ओम तत्सत प्रभु। आइए थोड़ा कुछ मिनट के लिए इंद्र प्रभु का गुणगान कीजिए। So Om Tat Sat Prabhu is one devotee. You must have seen a video clipping in 1990s, somewhere 97 or maybe even prior to that. Aindra Prabhu is doing Kirtan in Tulsi Mandap, and Prabhu is sitting and clapping in that Kirtan. Very simpleton, very humble, very down to earth, very, very nice devotee. And he also served in 24-hour Kirtan for quite some time. So let us hear from Om Tat Sat Prabhu.
जय जय श्री आइंद्र प्रभु की जय हो, श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम की जय हो प्रभु। हिंदी में आइंद्र के साथ हम कीर्तन करते थे।
We used to do Kirtan with Aindra Prabhu.
एक बार ऐसा हुआ, आइंद्र प्रभु कीर्तन कर रहा था।
So once Aindra Prabhu was leading Kirtan.
जब मैं पुजारी में भी सेवा करता था, पुजारी डिपार्टमेंट।
I used to work in Pujari department that time.
एक बार ऐसे वो मैंने तीनों हाल्टर का बैकड्रॉप उतार के किशोरराम हाल्टर के पीछे रखा था।
So he took out all the backdrop from 3 altars and kept it.
और रखे थोड़ी देर भी नहीं हुआ, दोनों किशोरराम का ड्यूटी धड़ाम से गिर पड़ा।
Oh, and by the time he kept, then the Krishna Balram deity actually fell
धड़ाम से नीचे
with the big sound.
तो मैं भाग के जाके आइंद्र प्रभु कीर्तन कर रहे थे उस दिन रात को लगभग 10 बज रहे थे.
So Aindra Prabhu was doing Kirtan. It was around 10 p.m. in the
मैं
night.
जल्दी आइंद्र प्रभु को बुला के लाया.
He just ran. He called Aindra Prabhu that please help.
फिर पुजारी लोग सब मिला के फिर हम और भी सबको फ़ोन किए सभी.
So then they called all the other pujaris, and everybody came to the scene.
और सभी जितने भी सीनियर लोग सभी लोग आए.
All the senior devotees came.
कृष्ण राम जी को फिर सीधा रखे अच्छा टाइम बिठा.
And they put the deities of Krishna Balram back to the original place.
और आइंद्र प्रभु कीर्तन करते थे. हम कभी जब मैं कीर्तन में जब फास्ट चले जाता था करताल में और तुरंत रोक देते थे.
So sometime I used to play Kartal for Aindra Prabhu, and I used to speed up. Then Aindra Prabhu used to stop me. Stop! Don't speed up.
तुरंत रोक देते थे. बोला don't go fast, don't go fast.
Don't go fast. Don't go fast.
तो रोक देते थे.
और बताइए.
एक बार हम कीर्तन करता था रात के टाइम कीर्तन करता था.
So once Prabhu was serving in the night shift.
रात के टाइम कीर्तन में क्या हुआ मेरे पैर में थोड़ा बहुत दर्द हो रहा था.
So Prabhu was having pain in his leg, lot of pain.
उस समय क्या हुआ मेरी नींद आ गया.
So he started feeling sleepy and drowsy.
तो नींद का झटका आ गया. आइंद्र प्रभु आके रात को और जाली में से सब बाहर देख रहे अंदर से देख रहे थे.
So Aindra Prabhu noticed that there was no kirtan sound, and he just saw from the window net, there is no kirtan going on.
धीरे धीरे मेरे पास आया. आके मेरे 2-3 थप्पड़ मार दिया.
He came downstairs in the temple hall. Then Aindra Prabhu slapped him 2-3 times.
मार दिया और बोला don't sleep.
Don't sleep in the kirtan.
Why you sleep here? बोला कि क्यों सो जा रहे?
क्यों सो रहे हो? Why you are sleeping in the kirtan?
Actually, Aindra Prabhu, my health is no good. This problem.
I have a problem in my leg.
फिर आइंद्र प्रभु बोला ठीक है. फिर मैं कीर्तन करना शुरू कर दिया.
Then they continued the kirtan.
फिर आइंद्र प्रभु सुबह के बाद में कीर्तन आज मंगल आरती के बाद सुबह मैं जाके थोड़ा आराम किया. उसके बाद फिर आइंद्र प्रभु फिर मुझे अपने रूम में बुला के ले गए.
So after the kirtan, then after Mangalarti, I took some rest. Then Aindra Prabhu called me in his room.
So what is the problem in your feet? आपके पैर में क्या?
What is the problem in your feet?
तो मैं बताया मेरे पैर में ऐसा फूल गया ऐसा.
So my foot is swollen.
ठीक है. बाद में फिर कुछ देर के बाद मेरे को कुछ प्रसाद भी दिया.
So then very mercifully he gave him some prasad as well.
फिर एक बार एक घटना घटा.
There was another incident.
हमने कीर्तन महेंद्र प्रसाद जी कीर्तन करते थे. एक माताजी था इटालियन का किस देश का. वो प्रतिदिन आते थे. एवरीडे माताजी इज कमिंग और कृष्ण बलराम का दर्शन करता था.
There was one Mataji, either Italian or American. She used to come and take darshan of Krishna Balram.
कृष्ण बलराम के altar में घंटों तक ठहरती थी.
She used to just stand in front of Krishna Balram altar for a long duration.
तो एक दिन माताजी का क्या इच्छा हुआ और सीधे पीछे के दरवाजे से गया.
She went from the back door.
हाँ, बैक डोर से सीधा अंदर altar के अंदर चले गया.
Oh, she actually entered in the altar.
ऑल्टर के अंदर में जाके कृष्ण बलराम के सामने जाके ऐसा ठहर गया.
And she took the three-folded, three bent form, and then she just stood like Krishna.
ऐसा ठहर गया. मैं बोला आइंद्र प्रभु देखो वो औरत अंदर चले गया.
Then Prabhu said to Aindra Prabhu, please notice that this lady is actually gone inside the altar.
तो माता जी आइंद्र प्रभु जल्दी भागते हुए
Then Aindra Prabhu ran to the altar.
उस माता जी को धक्का मार के सीधा बाहर लेके आया.
And Aindra Prabhu pushed her out from the altar.
तो उसके बाद वो माता जी फिर आए नहीं.
Then she never came to the temple.
फिर कभी altar के सामने नहीं आया.
Oh, then she never came in front of the altar.
तो आइंद्र प्रभु एक बार ऐसे भी हुआ. मैंने आइंद्र प्रभु से परमिशन लेके पद यात्रा में गया था.
So once Prabhu took permission from Aindra Prabhu and went for Padyatra with his Guru Maharaj.
हमारे गुरु महाराज लेखनाथ स्वामी महाराज बुलाए थे. तो मैंने कुछ दिन पदयात्रा में गया. पदयात्रा से करते करते हम द्वारका में आए.
So while doing Padyatra, Prabhu reached Dwarka.
द्वारका के गए बाद मैं गुरु महाराज से परमिशन लिया, मैं वापस वृंदावन जाऊंगा.
Then he took permission of his Guru Maharaj to come back to Vrindavan.
तो गुरु महाराज बोले नहीं नहीं अभी कुछ देर और चलो.
So his Guru Maharaj said, no, please stay for some more time.
तो मेरा तबीयत ठीक नहीं, मैं वापस वृंदावन आ गया.
Then his health was not good and he came back to Vrindavan.
उस समय कदम कानन प्रभु प्रेसिडेंट थे.
That time Kadam Kanan Maharaj, who was Kadam Kanan Prabhu that time, he was the temple
तो उस
president.
समय क्या हुआ, तो मेरे से पहले ही एक भक्त वृंदावन आ गया.
So before Prabhu reached Vrindavan, there was another devotee who came to Vrindavan.
उसने कदम को बताया कि अगर ओम तत्सत प्रभु वृंदावन आए तो इस मंदिर में उसको नहीं रखना है.
So then that devotee told Kadam Kanan Maharaj, that time temple president, that if Om Tat Sat Prabhu comes, please don't allow him in this temple.
तो मैं सीधा आया वृंदावन, आके मैं आइंद्र प्रभु के रूम में चले गया.
Then Prabhu came and straight he went to Aindra Prabhu's room.
आइंद्र प्रभु से मैं बात किया. फिर मैं कीर्तन शुरू होने का था, उस समय मेरे को ऊपर से मैं नीचे आया.
And then he took Aindra Prabhu's permission to stay, and when his shift was about to start, from upstairs he came downstairs.
और तुरंत वहाँ पर कदम कान से मेरा भेंट हुआ.
And he encountered Kadam Kanan Maharaj that time.
कदम कान बोले, you know stay in the Vrindavan temple, please you get out.
So your Guru Maharaj doesn't want you to stay in Vrindavan, you please get out of Vrindavan.
कदम कान बोले no stay in the
No stay in
Vrindavan, you
Vrindavan.
out.
So please.
तो मैं क्या हो गया, फिर मैं आइंद्र प्रभु से बोला.
Then he requested Aindra Prabhu again.
आइंद्र प्रभु जाके मैं बताया, आइंद्र प्रभु फिर वापस गया.
Then Aindra Prabhu actually went.
तो कदम कान से फिर वे बात की.
Then he spoke with Kadam Kanan Maharaj.
मेरे took the permission me, मेरे से परमिशन लेके गया वो पदयात्रा में.
So then Aindra Prabhu clarified to Kadam Kanan Maharaj that he took my permission, then went to Padyatra, then he is now back to resume his services.
तो आइंद्र शांत हो गए. कदम कान.
Then Kadam Kanan Maharaj was peaceful, that is okay.
Krishna.
Thank you. Jai.
Hare Bol, Hare Krishna.
Dhanyavad Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Dhanyavad Om Tat Sat Prabhu. Thank you so very much. So we have actually only 5 minutes left, and all. Can I request Vraj Keshav? Come, speak for a few minutes. Come. Vraj Keshav is one of our prominent 24-hour Kirtan ashram devotees. He is actually managing the ashram also right now, taking care of all the brahmacharis in the temple, in the ashram. Very dedicated, very sincere, and very much inspired from Aindra Prabhu. So let us hear from him. You already have garland. Should I garland you again?
No. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Actually, I have so much to say, but
say a few things.
Yeah, and so many things. I'm just like wondering how, devotee, like one devotee who has these 26 qualities, and on each quality you can speak just hours, and I'm really inspired how devotee who used to know Aindra Prabhu or who never met Aindra Prabhu, like they can speak so much, and it's really inspiring for me. But what I'm focusing like lately, that for me Aindra Prabhu, he's just example how to live this life in Vrindavan. It's just, even from this like Vyavaharika point of view, like, how to, like for example, if you take cow dung and you take clay and then you mix it together and you put on your walls, then your life becomes better in Vrindavan, like such simple things. And there is one book, I don't know what book is it, but some Mataji, Prabhupada's disciple, she has collected all Prabhupada's instructions about Vrindavan. And Srila Prabhupada said that there were some conversation during, like, when Prabhupada was present, and they were wanting to establish 24-hour Kirtan. And some Prabhu who, like, he was going to be like in charge on 24 hours, and he said we need like 19,000 rupees like every year to maintain 24-hour Kirtan. And then Prabhupada asked, why so much? And Prabhupada said, and Prabhu said, we need like this and soap and beds, like. And Prabhupada said, you just like 24-hour Kirtan boys, they have to sleep under the tree and they take baths with Yamuna clay, you know. And like, Aindra Prabhu took it really seriously, you know. And I heard it from one Russian Prabhu, he brought like, he used to keep like Yamuna clay in his room and take baths with it. And I don't know if like one of you ever tried, but if you try, it's like, it's really nice, you know, if you live in Vrindavan and such a simple life. And Aindra Prabhu used to sleep under the tree, in his room, but under the tree. Yeah, and he was like such in details, you know, following Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And yeah, I'm just, you know, we learn from Aindra Prabhu so much, and we like, sometimes, as Sachisuta Prabhu said today, like, Kirtan is sadhana, sometimes it's really not easy. And when it's like becomes like really difficult, then I just remember Aindra Prabhu, and by his example I'm still continuing. But just the simple things also I'm learning from him actually. And one story, I wasn't going to say it, but I saw a picture. There is one picture. This one picture. I just saw it today, and this devotee, like on the left side, his name is Dayal Nitai Prabhu, he's from Russia. He told me this story. When they came to Vrindavan for the first time.
In the white t-shirt?
No. Brahmachari.
Okay, with the specs.
Huh? On the left side.
Yeah, okay.
Please don't make it like original size. Anyway, so they came to Vrindavan, Russian group, first time, 1998. And he was like so inspired, wow, Vrindavan, Krishna Balaram, and you know, and they had so many plans. And this devotee was telling me, like, I was going to go for darshan, Krishna Balaram, then some temples, and tomorrow like already whole day planned, and then, but they organized for them like darshan with Aindra Prabhu, and they said like, Sadhu, Brajavasi Sadhu, Aindra Prabhu wants to speak to our group. And he was like, oh, nice, now I'm going to listen sadhu, then I go for darshan. It was like 7 or 8 p.m. and then there was like a group of 15 devotees. Maybe this photo from this time, maybe no, I don't know. So they came for darshan, and then Indra Prabhu started to speak. And it's like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you know, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and 4 a.m., only 2 of them remained. And Aindra Prabhu said, oh, sorry, I have to go. I'm doing puja for Radhashyam, you know. And he really went, and then Dayantai Prabhu went, and he saw, like, really, this person who will speak them now for 8 hours. Actually, like, I cannot believe it fully, but he said, like, for 8 hours. And then he sees him on the altar, and he was, like, shocked, you know. And this is his, like, first day ever in Vrindavan. I was like, wow, there's something real, like, with this person, you know. Yeah, thank you so much to all of you.
You can go on for 2 minutes.
I'm done actually. Yeah.
What is inspiring in 24-hour Kirtan? Of course, Aindra Prabhu, but
it's inspiring when I see, like, when senior devotees who live in Vrindavan for many, many years, like, they just come and sit for Kirtan, and slowly, like, sometimes I don't know, like I see devotee comes for Kirtan, but then I get to know that this devotee is here, like, for 30 years, and I think, wow, like, thank you so much. Yeah, and because now, like, so many visitors are there, and actually sometimes it seems like so many people, but you actually, sometimes it's like 3 or 4 of us who is actually doing Kirtan. But when devotee comes, especially, like, I see, like, devotee who is not, like, musicians or something, they just come and, like, sing Kirtan, and it really inspires me, and I'm just continuing because of them, I think, and because of Aindra Prabhu. Shipata Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
So I have like 3 or 4 more names, but we can go with one name, but keep it very short, but because by 2:35 or between like something 2:35, 2:40, we really need to wind up. Madhuri Gaurangi Mataji, you want to speak something for 5 minutes? After that, we will have Pushpanjali, Aratik, and feast for everybody. Please.
Today is full of surprises. Hare Krishna. So, disappearance and appearance days have a different bhava, different mood. And like on appearance days, we glorify every time, but it's like more like glorification, and on disappearance then we are like merged into separation, and we like feel some tinge of sadness. And many times we hear devotees say, I want to meet, I know I will meet Aindra Prabhu again. We will definitely meet one more time. But then what actually is the way of meeting sadhu or acharya who has left this physical realm? And this is not just a sentimental thing like we know in Christianity. There is some paradise where we go when we meet our dead relatives or something like this. So the meeting Aindra Prabhu, it's scientifically actually described by our acharyas in the verse that we know that now it's went, but yeah, how it was. Seva sadhaka rupena siddha rupena chatrahi, that we physically we follow their footsteps, and internally we get absorbed in their spiritual svarupa. And that is actually the meeting of a personality. So therefore, I would like to read one poem, and I hope internet's going to work and I can open it. And yes, and it's not created by ChatGPT. It is actually real. It is based on how Aindra Prabhu describes himself in his book, but unfortunately does not open the file, so I have not memorized it. So anyway, I just wanted to say that everyone can open the book and read, and we should try to memorize, remember it and meditate. And this is Aindra Prabhu mercy, that he has given us this this information. He has given us these points of meditation, and it's not just mere words. This is actually our process of bhakti, our scientific process, how we approach our previous teachers, previous acharyas. So maybe Aindra Prabhu did not want that poem to be read out in a public. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Madhuri. So this brings end to our today's glorification of Sripada Aindra Prabhu. And before we actually wind up for the program, Hare Krishna. So I want to express my gratitude to, first of all, the entire ISKCON Vrindavan management, Panchagoda Prabhu, Dharmatma Prabhu, and all the management who facilitated for this wonderful program. Second is, as I mentioned about Dharmatma Prabhu, actually he was instrumental in finalizing many things, how we should do it, how we should do this partition. Then every time he comes with me to finalize the prasadam, that what will be there in the menu, and he speaks with Gaur Bhagwan Prabhu. Then, of course, Gaur Bhagwan Prabhu, who has facilitated for the whole feast, who in his team has actually cooked the whole feast today. Then IVTV Jayatirth Prabhu, I already thanked him. Mukundat Prabhu, thank you so very much for everything, Prabhuji. Thank you so very much. Prabhu is always very, very merciful. He guides me for the entire festival in the program, that how we should be doing the program, what the sequence should be, what puja should be, how we should do everything. Prabhu, very, very grateful to you, Prabhu. Thank you so very much. Then I want to thank Purnima Mataji once again, to her and the whole team of under Mataji. So a big Haribol for Mataji. So whatever big offering you were seeing on the table in front of Aindra Prabhu and Prabhupada and Nitai Shachisuta, Mataji and her team actually prepared. And of course my wife is also part of that team. She tells me that Mataji takes a lead role and she prepares most of the things. At least 70-80% of the things she does by herself. So thank you so much, Mataji. And a few names under Mataji's team. Of course, Ananya Bhakti Mataji, then Karunamai Mataji, Devaki Mataji, Madhavi Lata Mataji, and if I miss somebody, kindly forgive me. So, sorry? Madhure Gorangi Mataji, yes. Thank you so very much. And once again, Govinda Mataji, thank you so much to you for 365 days supplying flower garlands to Nitai Shachisuta and Aindra Prabhu and Samadhi. Thank you. A big Haribol for Govinda Mataji. Haribol! Then my big thank to Ananya Bhakti Mataji for managing that garland seva, that yes, everything is worked nicely, proper length, what flowers, the Samadhi garland seva, etc., and Bhoga seva, cleaning seva, whatnot. She is like multitasking. And you saw in her offering, she really, really loves Aindra Prabhu. So many times she was in tears while just speaking for a few minutes. She was in tears many times. Thank you very much, Mataji, very grateful. Then coming back to Prasad feast, every time, the one devotee, Atmaram Chaitanya Prabhu, really inspired from Aindra Prabhu. He was there in 24-hour Kirtan also for some time. He sponsors the entire feast every time. So big Haribol for him. Hari Bol! He is not here physically, but he has sent his pranams to Aindra Prabhu and best wishes to all of you. So let us pray for him and his whole family so that they attain love of Godhead in this very lifetime. Then I want to give my thanks to Namaruchi Mataji and all her friends who always, every time, every month, in every occasion, whatever festivals are there, if I am in trouble, if I need something, some donation, I just extend my hand to Mataji. Mataji, please help us. And she just collects and helps us big time. Thank you so much, Mataji. Then Tapomay Prabhu and Giriraj Shyam Prabhu, they are here, but I can't see them. Oh, yes, Giriraj Shyam Prabhu. Thank you. Every month, Prabhu, they are having a very nice Kirtan team in ISKCON Rohini, right? Rohini, yes. Very nice devotees, all of them. And they are working, they are doing job or business or something, and they are participating in Kirtan every day for few hours. And on weekends, they congregate and do Kirtans. And they collect donations every month and send for the service of Sri Sri Nitai Shachisuta. Thank you so very much, Prabhu. Really grateful to you. And a big thank to all of you to come today. Sitting here since 10:30, now it's 2:30, for so many hours. You are patiently listening and enthusiastically participating. So I'm extremely grateful to all of you. And last but not the least, my big thank to all the Kirtan devotees, all the Kirtaniyas who are living in the ashram or who are participating from the community. And whatever ways you are participating, singing, playing instruments, or just clapping, or just singing Harinam with the devotees in the temple hall, temple room, I'm pretty sure Aindra Prabhu is really happy with all of you. My sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Sankirtanacharya Shripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Sri Nitai Shachisuta ki. And just last thing, on this corner you can see Aindra Prabhu's biography, from whom we were just reading some excerpts. So you can save your copy, you can buy your copy if somebody doesn't have it. So kindly purchase your copy today. Trikalagya Prabhu very kindly has actually arranged this table. Thank you so much. He could not personally come. He sent his offering, but due to lack of time, we could not. Yes, Mataji. Very important information. After Pushpanjali and Aratik, there is Mahaprasad, little quantity for everyone. Mataji's on the right side, your right hand side, not mine, and Prabhu's on left side, means my right side. So we have many Mahaprasadam box there. So I will request Mukundat Prabhu to kindly lead the Pushpanjali. And oh my God, kahan the Prabhu ji aap? So Tapama Prabhu can lead the Kirtan after Pushpanjali. Please, Prabhu.
Please everyone take some flower petals and we'll chant together Mangala Charan. अलग से माता जी के लिए है और क्या? So साथ ही साथ मंगलाचरण उच्चारण करेंगे. इसके बाद प्रभु जी को प्रणाम अर्पण करके 3 बार पुष्पांजलि अर्पण करेंगे. So everyone take some flower petals and then we'll chant the Mangala Charan together and then we'll chant Pranam mantra to Aindra Prabhu. And 3 times we will offer flower petals. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshuranamilitam Yanam Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalan Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha-Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakandvitamscha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Saminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sonnavadi Pachchata Deshatarine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasariti Namine Shivashabhanivi Devi Daitaya Kababdaya Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prave Namaha Madhoyo Jwala Prema Dhyasi Rupanuga Bhaktida Sri Gora Kanur Shakti Vigrahi Namastute Namaste Gauravani Simute Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruda Pasidanta Dvantvaharine Nama Gaura Kishoraya Saksad Vairagyamutaya Vipralambara Sambodaya Padam Bhajayate Namaha Nama Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Sarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gurar Vivabhabhum Mistam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyam Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Si Jaganatayate Namaham Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namamaha Vadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gauratise Namaham Panchadatvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Sarupagam Bhakta Avataram Bhaktakam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Jaitam Suruto Pangor Mama Mamda Matergati Matsarvasvapadam Bojo Radha Maranamo Divya Vindana Galpa Drumido Srimaratnagaru Simbasanasto Srimad Radha Shila Govinda Devo Prishtali Bishavana Smarami Shimam Rasa Rasa Rambi Vamse Vata Tata Stidaha Kasan Venusanai Gopir Gopinata Sayestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari वृषभानु सुदे देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीपाद ऐन्द्रदास प्रभु जी इति नामिने। नमस्ते श्रीपद ऐन्द्राय नम रस विनोदिने निताय जानव सर्वस्वा श्री राधा स्वश्री संगिने। ऐसा पुष्पांजलि, ऐसा पुष्पांजलि, ऐसा पुष्पांजलि श्रीपद ऐन्द्र प्रभु के, श्रील प्रभुपाद के।
अरे प्रभु जी बाहर है, दर्शन बंद।
माइक का तार पैर से मत खींचिए. डोंट पुल द माइक वायर विद योर लोटस फीट प्लीज.
संसारदावा नललीडलोक त्राणाय कारुण्या घना घना त्वं. संसारदावा नललीडलोक त्राणाय कारुण्या घना घना त्वं. प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुरुनानवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम्. महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता वादित्र माद्यान् मनसोरसेना. वादित्र माद्यान् रोमाञ्चकम्पा श्रुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम्. श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्य नाना श्रृंगार तन्मंदिर मार्जन. युक्तस्य भक्तांश जनियुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम्. चतुर्श्री भगवत प्रसादो स्वादाता हरे संघा श्री भगवत प्रसादो कृतवैव तृप्तिं भजता सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् श्री राधिका माधवयोरपार माधुर्य लीला गुण रूप नाम नाम श्री प्रतिक्षण आस्वादन लोलुपस्या वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जयूनो रतिकेलि सेथ्यै यायाली भीर्योक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रतिदक्षात् अतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् साक्षाधरितेन समस्तु शास्त्रे उक्त तथा भाव्यत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभोर्या प्रिय एव तस्या वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादान्न गति कुतोऽपि ध्यायं सुवां तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Jaya Aindra Prabhu. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Jaya Aindra Prabhu. Daya karo more Aindra Prabhu. Jaya Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu, Aindra Prabhu, Jaya Aindra Prabhu. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta, Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta, Nitai Sachi Sutta, Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta. Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta, Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta, Nitai Sachi Sutta, Jaya Nitai Sachi Sutta. Nitai hai, Nitai hai, Nitai hai, Nitai hai, Nitai hai. Gaura hai, Gaura hai, Gaura hai, Gaura hai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare